Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Tuesday, July 15th, 2025, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App $ ORIONNWSF or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the 2025 MLB All-Star Game, the American All-Stars versus the National All-Stars. First pitch is going to be here in just a few minutes. So let's cue up the music, take a look at the thumb, and let's get into the starting lineups. Happy Tuesday, everyone. And on the thumb, on the left, big dumper, Cal Raleigh, home run derby last night, representing Seattle and the Pacific Northwest. We are so proud. And on the right, one of the best players in the game on the Los Angeles Dodgers, Shohei Otani. Now let's get into the starting lineups here first for the American League All-Stars. Leading off for the American League All-Stars, second baseman, Gleyber Torres. Batting second, playing left field, representing the Tigers, Riley Green. Batting third, right fielder, Aaron Judge. Batting cleanup, batting fourth, catching today, representing the Seattle Mariners, big dumper, Cal Raleigh. Batting fifth, playing first base, representing the Blue Jays, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Batting sixth, DHing for the Orioles here in the American All-Stars, Ryan O'Hearn. Batting seventh, playing third base, representing the Tampa Bay Rays, Junior Caminero. Batting eighth, playing center field, representing the Detroit Tigers, Javi Baez. And batting ninth, representing the Athletics, Jacob Wilson. And pitcher for the American League All-Stars, Tarek Skubal. And now let's get into the starting lineups for the National League All-Stars. Leading off for the National League All-Stars, representing the Los Angeles Dodgers, DHing in the one hole, Shohei Otani. Batting second, playing left field, representing the hometown Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting third, playing second base, representing the Arizona Diamondbacks, Ketel Marte. Batting cleanup, batting fourth, playing first base, representing the Los Angeles Dodgers, Freddie Freeman. Batting fifth, playing third base, representing the San Diego Padres, Manny Machado. Batting sixth, catching today, representing the Dodgers, Will Smith. Batting seventh, playing right field, representing the Chicago Cubs, Kyle Tucker. Batting eighth, playing shortstop, representing the New York Mets, Francisco Lindor. And batting ninth, playing center field, representing the Chicago Cubs, it is PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong. And starting pitcher for the National League All-Stars from the Pittsburgh Pirates, Paul Skeens. Let's go, baby. Can't wait to be able to get this one started. And again, what a home run derby last night. We broke a lot of records. We ended up hitting 21,000 plus subs. So thank you to every single individual that liked, subbed, donated, commented, shared. And we actually broke a record yesterday with this particular stream with the home run derby with the most views in 2025 with 25,000 plus people with the views. And again, I can't wait to be able to see where it goes here today and moving forward. But again, the story yesterday was Big Dumper, Cal Raleigh, and we definitely make sure that we showcase his abilities. And again, I think the best thing that we are seeing right now in the MLB All-Star Game is the commissioner finally listened that we are only going to be using these particular jerseys for this event. And they decided at the last minute to actually use the jerseys of the players, whether that's the home whites or the away grays or blues. And I'm very, very happy about that. Obviously, the jerseys for this particular home run derby, maybe not the greatest, but again, at the end of the day, this is what it's all about. Three-time winner Ken Griffey Jr. was there, and this is the first time that we've had a catcher, let alone switch hitter, win the home run derby. And the best photo out of all the photos last night is this one right here. Cal Raleigh's dad, who was pitching to him, who grew up a catcher. Big Dumper in the middle with obviously the chain catcher, and his little brother, 15, going on 16, catcher. It's a catcher family, and nothing is better when you can have success when you do it with family, and that's what really makes it all come together. So happy that Cal and obviously his dad and brother were involved. It's fantastic, man. You definitely have been breaking records, left and right, and it just feels good, to be able to have someone on the Aaron Judge, Shohei Otani level, on the Seattle Mariners. And again, there's going to be a lot of teams that have a better record in the American League right now. The Houston Astros, the Detroit Tigers, the New York Yankees, the Toronto Blue Jays. And we understand it's going to be tough. But again, we had 5 representatives. Julio stepped back, and then, they brought in Randy Arozarena. But to have Cal Raleigh start as catcher, and then to be able to have Brian Wu, who was our ace this year, well-deserved. Randy Arozarena filling in for Julio Rodriguez, well-deserved for both of them. And then one of the best closers in the game, Andres Munoz as well. Definitely excited about breaking 21,000. Thank you, Eli. And again, we had a very record-breaking stream last night, and definitely excited. This is my favorite, all-star festivities, as far as a 2-day event. It's a lot better than obviously the Pro Bowl, which they don't even really play football anymore. It's just events. The NBA All-Star Game weekend isn't really what it used to be. They don't even have the best dunkers and best players participate, and you don't really see effort. I do admire the NHL All-Star Weekend. I feel that's the second best. They actually try and have passion, and we know how the NHL does, their business. They handle it accordingly. But the best, in my opinion, is going to be that home run derby yesterday and the MLB All-Star Game, because every year, no matter who's invited, you always get effort. And again, with passion and effort, you're not necessarily going to get always a high-scoring affair, like 6-5 or 7-6. Sometimes it might be a little low scoring, and it might be a pitcher's duel, with Scooball and Skeens, and we have so many other pitchers that are going to be able to come out and represent for their, cities, their families, and their teams. So hopefully it'll be somewhere in between where we get some good pitching, but definitely we want to see a few home runs and a few RBIs, and hopefully it ends up being something like 5-4 or something of that nature. But if it ends up being a 2-1 or 3-1, 3-2 kind of game, that wouldn't really surprise me as well. Eli in the building, what's good? Cody in the building, what's good? Let's go. And again, I got the Cal Raleigh jersey on representing. I got to go on the 4th of July and watch the Seattle Mariners, end up beating the Pittsburgh Pirates. And again, it hurt getting swept by the Yankees in the Bronx. But what did we do? Go on the road to the Detroit Tigers, the best team in baseball record-wise, scored 35 runs in 3 games and swept them. So it shows you, even though we're not a complete team yet, we definitely could use some depth at first base as well as third base, whether that means Naylor and Eugenio Suarez come over from the Diamondbacks or not. And also getting a few relief pitchers, but we definitely could use a little bit of depth at first base, third base, right field, and a couple extra relief pitchers. But it just feels like, as far as Mariner fans right now, we're on cloud 9. We have 4 representatives in the All-Star Game. Cal is a starting catcher. He just won the home run derby. He's breaking records left and right. He's number 1 in home runs at 38. He's pacing for 66 to 70. And on top of that, we ended up getting the best player in the MLB draft at number 3, Cade Anderson, who ended up winning a natty at LSU, the lefty superstar. And I just can't wait for one day where we have Logan Gilbert, Brian Wu, George Kirby, Durangelo, where we drafted last year, who could pitch from the left side and the right side, and then one day Cade Anderson. That's going to be a nasty starting 5 whenever it happens. We may have to wait a couple years for Durangelo and Cade to get the call up. But again, I don't think I've been this excited for the Seattle Mariners maybe ever. And I grew up in the Ken Griffey Jr. era watching Ken Griffey Jr. the kid, Randy Johnson the big unit, Edgar Martinez, and then obviously going a little bit further with Ichiro and obviously Felix Hernandez, and being able to see the growth of this team. It definitely makes me feel that in the next 20 years, we should, if we keep progressing at this pace, we should be able to make a run a couple times. And, we may end up failing the first few, making it to ALDS, making it to the ALCS, but we are the only team to not make a World Series. So I imagine if we ended up going the first time, we probably would lose in 5 to like the Dodgers, for example. But I do have a lot of confidence in this particular team, and, ownership and the GM haven't been the greatest. We know that. And again, it's almost like they do the bare minimum and hope that we overachieve. But with Cal breaking all of these records, this particular season, and then, being the champ in the home run derby, there's only been one other Seattle Mariner, to be able to win. It was Ken Griffey Jr. 3 separate times, and that's the record. And it makes you kind of wonder, will Cal go to the home run derby again? And it's probably a very good possibility. And we may end up seeing this photo recreated with dad and little brother. And you got to think, it's not just about Cal and his swings. The dad had to pitch, perfectly. And not only that, his little brother had to catch perfectly. And I always love it when you can have a family affair, when you end up having dad or, a brother involved. It makes it that much more special. And everyone here in Oregon and Washington is extremely excited. And again, I just can't wait to be able to see what we get here in the 2025 MLB All-Star Game. Let's go. Yeah, Eli. I mean, the Pro Bowl back in the day, when they used to tackle and it was like legit, like when Sean Taylor had that massive hit back in the day, that might have been around the last time that it was actually like real and they actually tried and it was for pride and it was good. And now it's like it went from, tackling to two-hand touch to like flag to not even having the game at all. But again, the MLB All-Star festivities to me are the best by far. Home Run Derby is always exciting regardless of participants. And on top of that, I feel the MLB All-Star Game by far is the best because you get pure effort and passion from everyone, regardless if you're a bench guy that might only see half an inning, or if you end up being a starter and you end up playing an inning or two. It definitely is going to be competitive. There is, obviously pride on the line for the American League or the National League. And again, I'm very excited to see how the Mariner players do, from Cal Raleigh starting at catcher, Brian Wu, hopefully he gets in, as well as Randy Arozarena and Andres Munoz. And the best part about it is we don't have an Astro manager or a Rangers manager, because it seems like, they definitely have something against the Mariner players. And typically when the Mariners would have all-stars, you wouldn't see them play. We had Logan Gilbert and Andres Munoz, and neither one got a chance really to see some action. And obviously when, Julio got in, you're going to be able to see someone like that, because at that time, being a top 5 popular player, you can't, even if you don't like those guys on the opposite team, you're going to have to still play some guys. But obviously we have, someone representing the New York Yankees, and I do love that rivalry, but you're not going to see the same type of hate that you do from the Astros and the Rangers. So I definitely am excited to be able to see some of these Mariner players play here today. Charles in the building, what's good? Joey Cora, great name. I love those role player guys, the Harold Reynolds, the Joey Cora, right? The John Oleroots, the Tino Martinez, the Jay Buners, the Kyle Seagers. I mean, I can go on and on and on, about role players that, definitely, have stepped up over the years and have become fan favorites. And I'll give you another one, Raul Ibanez. It's like you have guys, they may not be all-stars. They may not even be the best player on the team, but if they end up doing enough, you will remember them. And again, I've been a fan since the mid-'80s, since I was around 3. So I've been a fan for about 40 years. And again, this is in a very exciting time. And I really felt from 2022 to 2042, that's going to be a time where we're probably going to make the playoffs 10 to 13 times out of 20 years. And we just got to hope that we can go on a deep run. And you got to think, since the existence of the Seattle Mariners, we haven't really had too many, record-breaking seasons or memorable seasons. 95 with the 95 slide with Griffey. That was probably the first one, right? 97, AL MVP with Griffey, right? 2001, where we won 116 games, Ichiro's rookie year, right? 2022, when Cal ended up walking off against the Athletics and it got us into the playoffs for the first time in 20 plus years. And I do believe 2025, we will make the playoffs this year. We may not be able to catch up to the Astros unless they end up having more injuries or hit a wall in the schedule. But if we get in with the wild card, obviously the goal is to win the division, but Houston just never goes away. No Kyle Tucker, no problem. He's on the Cubs. No Alex Bregman on the Red Sox, no problem. Yordan Alvarez, he's been hurt all year, no problem. Jeremy Pena just got hurt, no problem. So it's pretty much Jose Altuve and a bunch of others. And again, they got solid pitching, and it's not going to be easy, but I definitely love the rivalry, and I know we're always going to play up to the potential. And obviously, to be the best, you have to beat the best. And, I know that the Mariners have the Astros and the Blue Jays and the Yankees and Tigers in their crosshairs, but it definitely shows you that when we're on and when we're healthy, we can match up with anyone. Yeah, I think the Yankee series in the Bronx was officiated poorly. We should have won 1 out of 3. We weren't going to win in a sweep, and we weren't going to win 2 out of 3. The Yankees played well, and I'll give them that, but that last game was poorly officiated when we had strike 3, game over, and they decided to call it a ball. Next pitch, 2-run RBI. Then it goes into extras, and we lose. And I hate to be able to see a game, that should have been game over, called by bad officiating by that ump, but it probably was the worst officiated series of the year. And not making excuses, it was just real. I've many blown calls, but to be able to go from getting swept by the Yankees in the Bronx and feeling kind of not so good, right? And then going to Detroit and sweeping the Tigers with the #1 record in the MLB before the All-Star break and scoring 35 runs on the best team in baseball record-wise, it definitely made you feel that, there's something special with this team. And again, we don't have Victor Robles. We still have a few holes that we need to fill, but definitely excited about the direction of where the team's going. And then we end up getting Cal Raleigh, big dumper, right, to be able to win the home run derby. But the simple fact, I love father-son combos. Anytime I see, Dale Earnhardt Jr., right? Bill Elliott, Chase Elliott, 2 of my faves, right? And then on top of Ken Griffey Sr. and Ken Griffey Jr., I definitely was in the fields yesterday seeing his dad pitch to him and having his little brother and all of them playing catcher, in their time. It's something that I don't think we've ever seen before. And not only that, Cal Raleigh being the first catcher to win the home run derby and first switch hitting, player to hit and win the home run derby. Obviously, we saw Adley Rutschman attempt, to hit from the left and the right, but did not win. And hopefully one day we'll get Aaron Judge, Shohei Otani, and Cal Raleigh in a home run derby. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but I think for the game of baseball, I would hope, even if Shohei and Judge aren't really wanting to do it, hopefully they'll do it together, the 3 of them. And we've already seen Judge, but again, hopefully one day we'll be able to have the trifecta. That is big fact. Let's go, baby. Oh yeah, Jamie Moyer, Sweet Lou, absolutely. Ben in the building, what's good? You have to understand the Mariners have never been to the World Series. So to say, we're going to go to the World Series, that's a little premature. First we have to get to the playoffs, and we're probably not even going to win the division. And we'll see what we do at the trade deadline. But if we do get into the dance, anything is possible, and again, between the, Astros, Mariners, Blue Jays, Yankees, and Tigers, it could be any of those teams. And again, if we get hot at the right time and make a couple additions and bring back Eugenio Suarez to the Mariners and maybe get Naylor at first, purse, that and a couple guys in the bullpen, that could maybe be the difference between us, getting eliminated, early on, or making a deep run to the ALDS, ALCS, or possibly World Series. But, we'll have to wait and see. And then on the flip side, on the National League, you got the Phillies, you got the Mets, right? You got the Cubs, you got the Cardinals, you got the Brewers, you got the Dodgers, you got the Giants, you got the Padres. So it's very, very deep. But, even if we don't make the ALDS, ALCS, or World Series this year, it kind of feels like we're really going in the right direction. First, we need to start going to the playoffs consecutive back-to-back years. We went in 2022. We missed it in 2023 and 2024 from 1 to 3 games. And typically when we miss the playoffs, it's just barely. And hopefully we can finish strong. I peeked ahead at the schedule, and we actually have one of the 10 easiest schedules out of the 30 teams, at the end of the, all-star break, the second half of the season. I think we have the 10th easiest. So we're not, it's not going to be easy breezy cover girl. It's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy, but I do like our chances. Once we get to the dance, anything can happen. So let's go, baby. And this is pretty special right here. And one thing that we want to make sure that we are addressing, besides Cal Raleigh looking fucking amazing with the chain, the trophy, and the belt presented by Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare, this photo right here, my favorite photo maybe ever. As far as baseball terms, dad, son, younger brother, it doesn't get any fucking sweeter than that. And again, the jerseys, are, let's be real, they're hideous, right? Every all-star jersey that they've come up with has been absolute dog shit. And it's nice to be able to see the commissioner at the last minute say, you know what, we want to be able to make money, off these jerseys. And that's the reason why they've done that instead of letting the players wear their own. They got a little bit greedy, wanting the money and whatnot. But if the jerseys aren't, well made and they don't look good, how many people are really going to buy a jersey that doesn't look good? You want to maybe do it to represent, like Cal Raleigh or your favorite player, but they made the smart decision to go to the whites and then also the grays and the blues and the home and away, they're actual jerseys. And again, that's when, baseball was great, when we had Jeter in his and, Ichiro in his and the grays. And, again, I feel like this is something that they should be doing every single year. If you want to create a jersey, right, to make money, use it for the home run derby only, and then that way you get your money, right? And then you end up having a better product on the screen where everyone is representing their cities, on the front and their name on the back with their normal jerseys, either home or away. And salute to the commish, because I think a lot of us fans have been bitching about this for years since they went away from that format, and they finally got smart, and realized, what, it's going to look a hell of a lot better out there. We might not make as much money, jersey sale wise, but again, is it really about money, or is it about the fans? Is it about the players? It is about the cities. And at the end of the day, the commission is going to say it's about money, and let's be real. But for us fans, we want to be able to see a good product. And we obviously have seen how the NBA has dipped, in, viewership and following. So I'm really happy the MLB did this, and maybe the NBA will follow. Instead of doing the shitty jerseys, they'll go back to letting the players wear their own. And, hopefully the NBA and Adam Silver and the commish is watching, and they can learn from the MLB. Big facts. Let's go, baby. Oh, I got a lot of jerseys, man. I mean, as far as baseball jerseys, I just got this one, a stitched Cal Raleigh. That was at the 4th of July against the Pirates. I got a gray Ken Griffey Jr. sewn jersey. I got a white Julio. I got a Ken Griffey Jr. vested jersey. That's, from Russell Athletic from 1997 with a matching turtleneck. That one's my most rare jersey. It's probably about 600 with the turtleneck. And I've never seen the matching turtleneck ever on eBay, so it's a very rare item. Got a salute to service, Ken Griffey Jr. as well. And then I got a bunch of other jerseys, Damian Lillard, Blazers, Oregon Duck jerseys, left and right, Bucks jerseys, Derek Brooks, Levante David, But I would say probably out of my whole jersey collection, it's somewhere in the 20s. I don't know the exact number, but again, I have been a collector for quite some time. So, all All right, baby, we're about to get started here in the 2025 MLB All-Star Game. Let's go, baby. And they're just kind of getting everything situated after intros here. And I can't get over this, man. Big dumper, baby. Let's go. Making history left and right. And, you know, Teoscar Hernandez ended up winning the Derby, and they ended up winning the World Series, but obviously the Dodgers were much deeper than what the Seattle Mariners are right now. But it definitely feels great, you know, to be able to have a player on the level of Shohei Otani and Aaron Judge representing Seattle. But let's be real. The best part about Cal Raleigh, you know, breaking all of these records and winning the home run derby is that we're actually getting more eyeballs on the sport, right? And again, there's going to be people that are going to hate on baseball because they don't have a connection to it. They're going to say it's boring. They're going to say, you know, it's not worth my time. But for a lot of us that have had a connection with baseball, you know, me meeting Ken Griffey Jr. when I was 7 really changed it all for me. And again, if you do have a connection to the sport, you know, it's a lot funner to be able to watch, you know, at the ballpark. But again, you know, on TV, you know, I still get a lot of enjoyment out of it, and it's bringing more eyes and more positivity to the sport, which is absolutely great. Big facts. All right, we're getting very close to getting started here. Yeah, hopefully we get an American League win. I mean, if you're looking at the rosters here, I'll go over them here quickly again. So obviously we have Tarek Skubal for the American League, Paul Skeens for the National League, and then starting it off will be Gleyber Torres. Batting second, Riley Green. Batting third, Aaron Judge. Batting fourth, Big Dumper, home run derby champ. Batting fifth, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Batting sixth, Ryan O'Hearn. There has been some rumors about the Mariners and Ryan O'Hearn. Batting seventh, Junior Caminero. Batting eighth, Javi Baez. So a lot of, you know, Tigers there. And batting ninth, potential rookie of the year, Jacob Wilson. And then for the National League, we got Shohei Otani, Ronald Acuna Jr., batting third, Ketel Marte, batting fourth, Freddie Freeman, batting fifth, Manny Machado, batting sixth, Will Smith, batting seventh, Kyle Tucker, batting eighth, Francisco Lindor, and batting ninth, Pete Crow Armstrong, a little PCA. Nice to be able to see, you know, it kind of, you know, a nice mix. It's not just Dodgers, you know, or just Padres. You're getting a little bit of everything there. So. I got Freddie Freeman on the mic, and hopefully we'll get started here momentarily. But big day, you know, obviously we broke the 21,000 sub mark, which is fantastic. We're at 21,007. We've been gaining about 5 to 15 every day. And we ended up breaking a record last night with the highest stream on the channel, 25,000 plus views. And again, we know that's not going to happen all the time. But again, it's nice to be able to see the support and the love and, you know, people coming through. All right, pitching for the National League will be Paul Skeens. Leading off, Gleyber Torres. Batting second, Riley Green. And batting third, Aaron Judge. And then obviously, you know, with so many players in this all-star game, I will try to be able to substitute photos as quickly as I can. But with a lot of the substitutions, it will be a little challenging with the amount of spots that I have with the photos. But I'm going to definitely do my very best. Yeah, I mean, again, right now, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, you know, how many home runs that he finishes with. But if he beats Judge and gets to 63 to 70, you know, and depending on how far we go and how many home runs he hits and how many records that he breaks, Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the most memorable Mariners seasons of all time, besides obviously the 2001 season with Ichiro. I would definitely put that one up there as probably number one, but this could be number two. And then obviously the seasons that we had with Ken Griffey Jr. in 95 and 97, possibly those would be maybe number two, number three. The Cal season right now is probably four, but if Cal can finish it in the second half, it'll leapfrog the Griffey seasons, and it'll be probably the second most memorable, since the Ichiro rookie season in 2001, where we won 116 games. But again, this is definitely going to be the most memorable, player that has done something huge for Seattle since 2001 and Ichiro. And that's saying a lot. So, and we've never seen a catcher do what Cal is doing. So, Yogi Berra, Johnny Bench, Mike Piazza, Buster Posey, Pudge Rodriguez, and now we have Cal Raleigh. And it's kind of crazy to say, but if Cal can stay healthy and, do this for 15, 20 years, it's possible. If he keeps raking and not having any serious injuries, when his career is all said and done, and if he plays 15 to 20 years and doesn't have any major injuries, we might be talking about Cal Raleigh being the best catcher of all time when it's all said and done, or up there with, Johnny Bench and a few of the others. So, all right, here we go. First pitch from Skeens to Gleyber Torres. Fouls it off high and inside. 0-1 count. Skeens on the mound. Gleyber Torres in the box. Reflect in the building. What's good? We're going to be shooting for 20 likes within the first hour, 50 at the halfway point, and obviously we're shooting for 100 likes and 100 on the Dono train. Let's go American League. 0-1 pitch, high and inside, 1 ball and 1 strike to Gleyber Torres. And I'm just excited for, Logan Gilbert, Brian Wu, George Kirby, and then eventually Durangelo and Cade, to be in that starting lineup down the road. And that will be so exciting. 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and inside to Gleyber Torres. Top of the first inning, American All-Stars versus the National All-Stars. Top of the first, Skeens on the mound, Gleyber Torres in the box. 1-2 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Skeens to Torres. 2-2 pitch, and big swing and a miss. Paul Skeens getting the punch out started early. Nice job. Torres strikes out swinging, 1 away. Next up, power hitter for the Tigers, left fielder Riley Green. And I'm so happy that Cal won that home run derby. And again, it's definitely bringing more eyes to the sport, which is great. Not only more eyes on Cal Raleigh and the Seattle Mariners, but just more eyes on baseball, which is awesome. First pitch from Skeens to Riley Green, high and away, 1-0 count. But this is what it was about yesterday, baby. Right here, Cal doing Cal things. And then the best part is doing it with his dad, who was a catcher, and then coach, and then his brother, who is a catcher, and who might end up being a coach as well down the road. Omar Vizquel, like number 13. I love it. 1-0 pitch. Takes a strike looking high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Skeens to Green. And again, this is my favorite all-star, festivity weekend, even though it's not on the weekend, it's during the week. But NHL All-Star Weekend is pretty good, but I feel like the NBA All-Star, weekend has fallen off quite a bit, and obviously the Pro Bowl don't even exist anymore, which is sad. 1-2 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Skeens to Green. Let's go, baby. But we broke a lot of records yesterday. We got over 21,000 subs. We've been gaining about 5 to 15 every single day, so that's great. Next goal will be 22,000, and we ended up hitting the highest number on a stream on the channel last night with 25,000 plus views. So definitely exciting. We're getting to that point where we're at like that 1,000 to 3,400 range, for Mariner streams. And again, I know that we're going to get higher and higher numbers, obviously, as we move forward. 2-2 pitch, high and away. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Riley Green. 3-2 pitch, big swing and a miss, and Skeens doing Skeens things, baby. Riley Green on the Tigers. See ya, 2 away. Next up is right fielder Aaron Judge. First pitch to Aaron Judge from Skeens, takes a strike looking high and away, 0-1 count. And this is what, everyone is wanting to watch, to see Scooball, go against their best like Shohei Otani, right? And we want to be able to see Skeens do his thing against guys like Judge and Cal Raleigh. It's a great time to be a baseball fan, let me tell you. 0-1 pitch, and Judge grounds out to second, throw to first. And that is the end of the top of the first inning. Skeens staying sharp, 2 punch outs, and then a ground out to Judge. All right, let's go to the bottom of the first inning and see who's up next for the National League. Taking the mound for the American League, best pitcher in the game in 2024. Skeens and Sale were good, but in my opinion, Scooball was the best. And this year, Scooball obviously gets run support. Skeens does not. And Tarek Scooball is the best pitcher in 2025 as well. Helps when you have run support. If Skeens was on the Tigers, he would have the same type of record in ERA, maybe even better. Leading off for the National League, DHing, superstar, phenom, Showtime, Shohei Otani. Batting second, playing left field, Ronald Acuna Jr. And batting third, second baseman, Ketel Marte. Trident's up. Let's go, M's. Man, I just, I had to go check up on my pup, real quick, make sure that she was okay. And heat wave is in effect. We have 4, days in a row of 90 and up. So not ideal. I don't want my pup to get sick. And we went on our first walk this morning at like 5:30, 6 a.m., which is insane. And then did the second one, around maybe like 8 to 9. And so she got her exercise in, and, she's been able to, take some naps and, play some games with me and whatnot. And obviously we'll be going on hopefully a victory walk once hopefully the American League wins, but we'll see how that plays out, and we'll kind of go from there. And then we got a few days off, and then we'll get back at it with the Mariners and the Astros at T-Mobile. Nice job by Paul Skeens, doing Paul Skeens things. And again, I'm still on cloud 9 right now with Big Dumper Cal Raleigh, and thank God the commish decided that these would only be for the Derby, and they're actually wearing their home and aways. And best picture right here, that's going to be on the channel forever moving forward. First pitch from Tarek Scooball to Shohei Otani, another matchup that everyone's anticipating, just like with Skeens and Aaron Judge. Fouls it off high and away, 0-1 count. And Scooball is the best player, obviously pitching-wise, I believe, in the game. Skeens and a few others are very good as well, but Scooball is special. 0-1 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. No balls and 2 strikes to Shohei Otani. 0-2 pitch, low and at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Scooball to Otani. Come on, Tarek. It's been a while since we've had, pitchers like Scooball and Skeens that we could really get behind, regardless if they're on your team or not. Definitely, you go back into like the Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens era where there was some there, but 1-2 pitch in play, and Otani with a single up the middle. Nice job by Shohei. It's showtime, baby. Next time, hometown kid. Had to back out of the home run derby because he had tightness in his back, and we saw Matt Olson fill in. Too bad, because I think Ronald would have done some damage if he was able to participate. Batting second, Ronald Acuna Jr. First pitch from Scuball to Ronald Acuna Jr. Fouls it off high and inside. 0-1 count. Bottom of the first inning. We're knotted up at 0 in the 2025 MLB All-Star Game. American League, National League. I don't really know if we're going to end up getting a high-scoring affair where it will be like 5-4 or 6-5. It could end up being a little low-scoring, like 3-1 or 3-2 or something of that nature. But any way you slice it, I'm in, and I'm ready for the action. But hopefully we get a few homers and a few RBIs. 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and away. No balls and 2 strikes to Ronald Acuna Jr. 0-2 pitch, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Scuball to Acuna Jr. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 20 likes within the first hour, 50 at the halfway point, and we're shooting for 100 likes and 100 on the dono train. And again, we just broke 21,000 subs last night and had a record-breaking 25,000 views on the Home Run Derby for Cal Raleigh. And Acuna on the 1-2, infield single to second, and Otani safe at second as well. Wow, Scuball getting roughed up here early. It's a little shocking. And obviously the hometown fans are, giving Ronald that extra juice that he needs. Runners now at first and second with no outs. Next up, a player that I really like that's super underrated, second baseman Marte. And they're definitely going to need a punch out or a double play. Otherwise, there's a good chance that the National League is going to get 1 or 2 runs in this first inning. Anna in the building. What's good? First pitch, big swing and a miss from Scuball to Marte. 0-1 count. They're going to need a punch out and then a double play, or a double play and a punch out. And definitely with all-stars like this, it's very possible. And it was cool because they were going to have, Max Fried, who was a former Brave, now on the Yankees. He was going to start because obviously Aaron Boone is the manager of the American League, the Yankees, but, reached out to Scuball and asked him if he wanted to start. 0-1 pitch in play. RBI. Here comes 1. Here comes 2. And the underrated player that I love, Marte, says, Scuball who? Tarek who? 2-0. National League. Wow, this might actually be a high-scoring affair then. Okay. Oh my, Scuball. Maybe you should have had Max Fried start. I don't think anyone anticipated the best pitcher in the game getting roughed up like this. Nice job by Marte, and I had a feeling that he was going to RBI. I didn't think he was going to home run, but I had a feeling he could get in 1 or 2, and he did. 2-0 National League. Next up is Freddie Freeman. First pitch from Scuball to Freeman, low and away. 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch. Big swing and a miss. High and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Scuball to Freeman. Yes. I mean, we've had quite a few, guys that we're still trying to keep tabs on. 1-1 pitch. In play, and Freeman grounds out to third, and they finally get their first out, 1 away. But nice to be able to see Eugenio Suarez play well, Ketel Marte play well, Ty France play well. Hell, even Robbie Ray. It seems like everyone, once they leave the Mariners, they end up doing better. But again, Seattle is the hardest ballpark to hit. And again, if you go somewhere where it's a little bit easier, numbers should go up, and they typically do. All right, bottom of the first with 1 out, 2-0 National League. And next up is Manny Machado. He will be a first ballot Hall of Famer when his time comes. First pitch, high and inside, fouled off, 0-1 count. So far, Scuball getting roughed up, and typically we don't see the starting pitchers give up runs. It's been a minute since we've seen starting pitchers, give up runs like this, but, hopefully the American League bats will heat up and we can actually have a back and forth matchup. Seawald. Yeah, I mean, I miss a lot of the guys, and stuff, but who knows? Maybe Gino will be back on the Mariners. I know a piece of his heart is still in Seattle, and if we can get Naylor and Gino, to the Mariners and get a couple, relief pitchers in the pen, that could be the difference between, getting eliminated early in the playoffs or making a deep run. 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and away. No balls and 2 strikes from Skubal to Machado. 0-2 pitch, low and in the zone, called ball, but it's almost right down the middle. I don't know what the ump saw there. That should have been strike 3 on Manny Machado, but called ball. That one is almost as bad as the strike 3 when we played the Yankees in game 3 that they called ball. That was literally like in the middle of the plate, and we'll see if we get the next pitch that they reverse that. Okay, there we go. And that's a strike 3. I was about to say, come on now. I mean, when it's in the zone like that, you can't be calling that a ball. And they changed the call, and there you go. Machado strikes out looking. Yeah, ABS, baby. And that's a good thing because, again, we don't want games to be, determined, by bad calls. And, again, getting the ABS and having them challenge when it is legit a strike, and they call it ball, perfect. There we go. Yeah, they should be using the ABS in regular season games already. I don't mind about robot umps or having robot screens as long as they get the call correct. Next up is Will Smith. And Will Smith is the second best catcher in the game, but not on the level of big dumper Cal Raleigh. First pitch, takes a strike looking, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and inside. No balls and 2 strikes from Skubal, who's got roughed up by Ketel Marte with a 2-run RBI, and Will Smith here in the box. And that is out number 3. Down goes Will Smith. And again, Ketel Marte getting Shohei Otani as well as Ronald Acuna Jr. to come home in an early, surprising 2-0 lead against Skubal in the American League. And now we're going to have Clayton Kershaw come in for Skeens. Going to get a Kershaw photo up. I'm going to have to try my best here because normally I have most of the lineups already set before the game starts, and then they progressively bring guys in later. But in the All-Star game, it's, fast and furious, right? You might only have a guy play like an inning or a half inning. So, all right, we're going to have Clayton Kershaw on the mound, and we're going to have our guy, the best catcher in baseball, home run derby winner, big dumper, Cal Raleigh. Let's go, Cal. And thank God they decided to, wear the regular jerseys rather than these. This is good for just like an exhibition event, if they want to make money. But definitely this would have been a travesty if they used these. It looks like a third grader made these. They're terrible. And again, I feel like the All-Star jerseys have been terrible for a long time. It's always better to go with the whites and the grays. And if you don't have a gray, go blue, and again, you have the Mariner players, wearing the dark blue. But if they still had the grays, like Ichiro wore, they would have, done that as well. All right, baby. Let's see if we can get the American League going. And how sweet would it be if we could get Cal Raleigh to hit a home run off of Clayton Kershaw, in his last appearance. And, hopefully we can get on the board. And then batting second, a guy that was linked to the Mariners and a few other teams in the offseason. But they said, nah. We're going to keep him there in Toronto. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., he's got the power. And batting third, a player that's been linked to the Mariners, DHing Ryan O'Hearn. Not the same team, obviously with no Corbin Burns and not any Anthony Santander, but they still have, Adley Rushman and a few others like Ryan O'Hearn, but definitely, not the same team that they had last year. And it shows you like the impact of not having, Corbin Burns and not having, Anthony Santander, a guy that could put up 30, 40, 50 home runs, and not having that extra pop in the lineup as well as a star pitcher has definitely hurt the Orioles this season. Uncle in the building, what's good? Yes, I love it. And it should have been challenged too because they called it ball, but it was literally right in the middle of the plate. So all day in the building, what's good? Like, sub, donate, comment, share. You haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. If you could help me out with the likes and the donos all day. I haven't seen Captain in the building just yet. But again, we broke 21,000 subs on the channel, which is a very proud moment for me, being the #1 Seattle Mariner live streamer, #1 Oregon Duck live streamer. And again, we got a long ways to go. And on top of that, we got 25,000 views last night on the Home Run Derby. And that's the most that we've got on the channel in quite a while. So feels good to be able to see all my hard work. This is 13 years of my blood, sweat, and tears, 9 years on YouTube. Next year will be 14 years and 10 on YouTube. And I remember when I started the channel, I gave myself a 10-year plan, to get going. So, and we're already ahead of schedule. First pitch, and Cal Raleigh lines out to left. Deep hit ball into left field, but not a home run for our boy Cal Raleigh, which is unfortunate. We want him to hit dingers. We want him to hit bombs. And hopefully we'll get a chance to see Cal up one more time, but I'm not too sure since this is an all-star game. Next up, first baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And on the mound, replacing Skeens, is Clayton Kershaw. First pitch from Clayton Kershaw to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Takes a strike looking right down the middle. 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, low and at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike to Vladdy Guerrero Jr. Gene in the building. What's good? How are you? 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss. High and inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody on and 1 out. And the National League with an early 2-0 lead with a RBI double by Ketel Marte, the former Mariner. Acuna Jr. and Otani scored. And great play by Kyle Tucker in left field to get that first out on Big Dumper. Why does Kyle have to be such a good defender, man? Great player. And again, the Cubs better be smart and lock him up because he's one of the best players in the game. That is facts. 2-2 pitch. And Vladdy strikes out looking. 2 away. Next up, DHing for the American League, Ryan O'Hearn. Kershaw definitely had a sigh of relief after that great play by Kyle Tucker. And again, the Cubs, better lock him up, because again, there's going to be teams, Dodgers, Yankees will definitely be very interested in a player like that. I mean, he'd be a great Seattle Mariner, let me tell you. I mean, I always really, back when he was on the Stros, he was my favorite player on the team, him and Jeremy Pena. No disrespect to Altuve and Yordan Alvarez and Bregman. Those aren't really my guys, and for specific reasons. But I do like Jeremy Pena a lot. Great two-way player, and I love me some Kyle Tucker. Top of the second inning, 2-0 National League. Kershaw on the mound, Ryan O'Hearn in the box. And I think that's it for Clayton Kershaw here. How cool is that, man? And again, did Kershaw really deserve to be in this all-star game based off his stats? No, not really, but it's kind of like a farewell, after having a brilliant long career. And again, cool to be able to celebrate guys like this at the end of the career. I know it's one of my dad's favorite players of all time. Obviously we grew up, my dad, being a Sandy Koufax guy, and, obviously getting really excited, to be able to see a player that was similar to Sandy Koufax. And, nice job there by Clayton Kershaw. And then we'll have a new pitcher coming in here momentarily. All right, and then Jason Adam is about to come in from the Padres. it'll take me a minute to kind of get all of the, substitutes and the backups, in there, because I can only have so many spots, but I should be able to manage. All right, top of the second, 2-0 National League. And if you're just tuning in, Tarek Skubal got roughed up early. Ketel Marte with a double to right. Acuna and Otani scored 2-0 National League. And hopefully the American League will be able to get the bats to open up. And obviously we're still in the top of the second here with 2 outs. And Jason Adam coming in now. First pitch, takes a strike looking high and away for Ryan O'Hearn. 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Adam to O'Hearn. 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Adam to O'Hearn. 1-2 pitch, misses the plate by about 5 feet there. 2 balls and 2 strikes with nobody on and 2 outs. National League up 2-0. Yeah, I miss Kyle Seager a lot. Kyle and Felix Hernandez and Raul Ibanez and Nelson Cruz. We had some guys, in that little era. Drafted 15 years ago, huh? 6-3 record, 1.70 ERA. And O'Hearn strikes out looking, and that is out number 3. So far, National League has been a little bit more dominant and a little bit more clean, but that doesn't mean that the American League can't come back. And hopefully we end up getting like a 6-5 or 7-6 final, and the American League just needs that first home run, or RBI to kind of, stop the bleeding, so to speak, and get at least one, and then we can kind of figure out a game plan on how to be able to come back. And again, we do have guys, backups like Randy Arozarena, who's one of the hottest players in baseball since June 11th. So if Randy gets in and can homer, maybe that could be something that would spark, this team and, the American League, but we'll have to wait and see how that all kind of situates. So. All right, Rodon is coming in. Going to the bottom of the second inning. Next up in the 7-hole right fielder, Kyle Tucker. Batting second, shortstop in the 8-hole, Francisco Lindor. And batting third, center fielder, PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong. He might be the best 9-hole hitter in the All-Star game ever. I mean, besides the 9-hole hitter on the American League side, Jacob Wilson. 2 of my favorite young and up-and-coming players besides James Wood. And we're going to have the Yankee, Carlos Rodon, coming in. Let's see if I can get a photo quickly up here. All right, there we go, baby. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 20 in the first hour, 50 at the halfway point, and we're looking at 100 on the likes and 100 on the dono train. Let them know, Charles. And again, it's like for the amount of people that we had yesterday, we should have had, way more likes. But I guess, some people, have a hard time liking a stream, even though they're watching it for, hours on end and whatnot. But we definitely have people that are in the room that will try to regulate that and help me out and whatnot. But, hitting 25,000, last night was great. Getting to 21,000 subs and breaking that was great. And seeing Cal Raleigh win the home run derby was great. So again, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. And I know I got people in the room that will try to get the others to step up and do the bare minimum. Just hit the like button. Especially if you know that I'm putting in that work, and you're definitely going to have fun here. All right, 25. We need 25 more to go. Let's go, baby. And we're still looking for our first dono on our dono train. First pitch from Carlos Rodon to Kyle Tucker. High and away, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and no strikes to Kyle Tucker. Love me some Tucker. Fantastic player. 2-0 pitch, fouls it off high and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike from Rodon to Kyle Tucker. Two 2-1 pitch, fouled off, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Rodon to Kyle Tucker. Let's go, baby. Appreciate that, Steph. I just try to be able to support my friends, and it's always nice to be able to have something soothing that that kind of fits with the stream. And there's a lot of different tracks, but I tried to choose ones that I felt that fit the baseball narrative and whatnot. So 2-2 pitch, high and away. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes from Carlos Rodon, the lefty there on the Yankees, having a good season. 10-6 record with a 3.08 ERA. Opponent average under 200, 184. Count here is full, 3-2 on Kyle Tucker. Three-two pitch, and Tucker grounds out to second, throw to first. 1 away. Down goes Tucker. Next up, shortstop Francisco Lindor. Yeah, and it definitely feels like the National League has better contact hitters, but again, I feel like home run power, we can match it in the American League with what we have, with Judge and Cal and, obviously a few others there in the lineup like Junior Caminero. But again, I feel like if you look on paper, it might be one of the first years where the National League team on paper looks a little better, even though the American League typically wins. But, hopefully someone will step up, Cal or Judge or some of the bench guys like Randy that can get us on the board. 0-1 pitch, fouled off high and away. No balls and 2 strikes to Francisco Lindor. Bottom of the second, 2-0 National League. Come on, American League. Oh-2 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Francisco Lindor. One-two pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Francisco Lindor. 2-2 pitch, and Lindor strikes out swinging. There we go, Rodon. That's what I'm talking about, baby. There we go. Nice job getting the punch out there. I see you, Carlos. 2 away. Good job. Next up, a superstar in the making, PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong. And I absolutely love the Cubs uniforms. The pinstripes, obviously we know there's a few teams that will rock that look, with the Yankees and, the Mets and the Cubs. But man, something about that Cub uniform, whether it ends up being, all white or with the blues, but man, it looks fantastic. First pitch, low and away, 1-0 count. Rodon on the mound, PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong in the box. Yeah, I want to see Wu, I want to see Mooney, but I want to see Randy as well. 1-0 pitch in play, and PCA, ooh, safe at second. What a double. And again, you're seeing more contact hitters that are being a little bit more patient. And again, on paper, National League looks like they have a little bit more depth, player for player in the lineup, at least in the starting lineup. And we'll see where it goes, but we'll see how pitching continues for this particular team. Next up is Shohei Otani, 1 for 1 with a run with a single right up the middle. No home runs just yet. But you would assume that we're going to see at least one. Hopefully we get at least one on each side, but we'll see. First pitch from Rodon to Otani. Takes a strike looking, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike with that four-seam fastball to Shohei Otani. 1-1 pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike to Shohei Otani. Come on, Rodon. We can't have any more runs given up here. Let's go. Especially when they're getting back in the top of the order with the Otani, Acuna, and Ketel Marte. If it gets to Marte, he might end up knocking him in again. 2-1 pitch, fouled off, high and away with that slider by Rodon. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Shohei Otani. In play, and Otani grounds out to first, and that is the end of the National League. Thank God. Nice job, Rodon, getting us out of that jam. And then we're going to have Webb coming in for Adam here. This was a fantastic home run derby, baby. Let's go. All right, I got to get a Logan Webb photo up real quick. All right, we're going to the top of the 3rd inning. Logan Webb coming in for the Giants. And next up for the American League. And a guy that was runner-up in the home run derby. Hopefully a guy that goes and hits a solo dinger and just gets us on the board, I'm hoping. Junior Caminero. Let's go, Junior. Batting second, playing center field. Obviously can play second base and shortstop. Javi Baez. And no disrespect to Javi Baez, but they should have had Byron Buxton start in center field. But again, we're not the ones that decide who plays where, but hopefully Javi will be able to do something with this opportunity. And batting third, should win Rookie of the Year, shortstop Jacob Wilson. Absolutely love his game. Maybe we can get Junior on, Javi on, and then Jacob can knock him in, but we need something here. Trident's up. Let's go M's. Top of the 3rd inning, 2-0 National League. All right, where are we sitting at on the likes here? It looks like we're 2 away from 30, and we have at least half of the people in the room. There's at least 30 or 40 that haven't hit the like button yet. So if we can get at least a few of those people to do that, we can be on our way. And once we hit 50, it's kind of, we're on a good pace at that point. We need one more to get to 30, and we're still a few behind to get to 50. So if anyone can do us a solid and hit that like button, it'd be greatly appreciated. And again, we're still looking for our first dono on our dono train here for the MLB 2025 All-Star Game. Top of the 3rd inning, 2-0 National League. Logan Webb representing the San Francisco Giants on the mound, and hopefully Junior Caminero, runner-up in the home run derby, to this guy right here, Cal Raleigh. Hopefully Junior can get it done. And this will be the photo of the century. Papa Raleigh, big dumper, Cal Raleigh, and then mini little dump, baby Raleigh. Unbelievable. What a day. First pitch, and there we go. Sinker in play right into center. Looks like they got the message. Nice job by Junior Caminero. It wasn't a homer, but he got on base. I like it, baby. Here we go. Now we need Javi Baez to try to get on base as well, and then maybe Jacob Wilson can get an RBI single to knock him in. And then we go back to the top of the order unless they have other guys come in as substitutes and backups. First pitch to Javi Baez. Takes a strike swinging right down the middle, 0-1 count. Top of the third with a runner at first and no outs. 0-1 pitch, low and at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike from Webb to Baez. Let's go, Javi. And I know the Tigers probably aren't feeling too great after the Mariners thumped them with 3 straight wins and a sweep. 35 runs the Mariners scored, but hopefully that won't affect the Tiger players' performance in the All-Star game. But so far, it looks like it might have. Not as sharp as maybe they were prior to playing the Mariners. Pitch fouled off. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Webb to Baez. Come on, baby. We need to get on the board here. Let's go. Julius in the building. What's good? And we gained a couple subs here today. We've been gaining about 5 to 15. And now we only need 91 to hit 22,000. Let's go. One-two pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Webb to Baez. Come on, Javi. Baez grounds out to third, but Caminero able to get to second safe. Okay, here we go. Next up, the 9-hole hitter, potential rookie of the year, Jacob Wilson, shortstop. Let's go, Jacob. Let's see if we can get Jacob to hit an RBI single, and we can get on the board 2-1. Let him know all day. It's the most Mariner thing ever, though, isn't it, Charles? Pete Alonso substituted at first base here for the National League. It's like we get our ass kicked, with bad officiating in the Bronx against the Yankees. And a lot of Mariner fans were thinking, fuck, we're going to get swept by the Tigers for sure. But I have a good feeling about it. We have a good record when we go against Screwball. And then Casey Mize, another first pick overall, which a lot of people don't remember, with a solid 9 wins, we beat him up. And the Tigers, I don't think people realize, Casey Mize was a former number 1 pick in the draft, like Spencer Torkelson. So for the Tigers to be this good shouldn't really be that much of a surprise. In play by Jacob Wilson. And damn it, flies out to left. 2 away. I was hoping that Jacob would work the count there a little bit more like he typically does in athletic games, but again, wasn't able to get that to fall. 2 away. Top of the third, 2-0 National League. American League, come on now. And next up, we're back at the top of the order. They haven't made any substitutions yet, it looks like, and we have Gleyber Torres. First pitch from Logan Webb to Gleyber Torres. Takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. And Freddie Freeman's day is done as Pete Alonso comes in and plays first base at defense there. And obviously gets a nice cheer from the crowd, former Atlanta Brave. 0-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss, low and at the knees. No balls and 2 strikes with a runner at second and 2 outs. 2-0 National League with a 2-run RBI double by the former Mariner, Marte. And again, that's all we've had so far. It's been a pitcher's duel, and we haven't had any homers as well. And Torres grounds out to first, and they step on the bag, and that is out number 3. American League is just having a hard time getting 3 consecutive hits in a row, and we haven't been able to find that sweet spot to be able to hit a homer just yet. So let's go to the bottom of the third and see who's up next for the National League. Leading off 1-for-1, Ronald Acuna Jr. with a run. Batting second, 1-for-1 with that 2-run RBI double. Ketel Marte, he's the MVP so far. And it would have been Freddie Freeman, but since he exited, it will be Pete Alonso. Let's get a Pete Alonso photo here quickly. The polar bear. Oh, okay, baby. Brian Woo's coming in. Hell yeah. Let's go. Hold up here. I got to be quick. All right, where are you, polar bear? Where are you? Where are you, Pete? There you are. I got to get to Brian Woo, baby. And I'm glad we don't have an Astros or Ranger manager. Otherwise, none of our players would actually even see the field. All right, baby. Our ace this year, Brian Woo, represent the Seattle Mariners. And leading off will be Ronald Acuna Jr., Ketel Marte, and the polar bear, Pete Alonso. Let's go fucking Woo. Game is in Atlanta. We gained 2 more subs. Now we already have 4. Great to see that. Now we need 89 to get to 22,000. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes and 100 on the dono train. 2-0 National League, and if you're just tuning in, it's been a pitcher's duel. Tarek Skubal got roughed up early. Otani got a hit, and then obviously we saw Ronald Acuna Jr. get a hit, and then Ketel Marte ended up getting a 2-run RBI double, and that's the difference. They were able to manufacture 3 hits in a row against arguably the best pitcher in the game, and Skeens was more clean with punch-outs. And again, we haven't been able to get any rhythm for the American League so far, but hopefully as the backups come in, maybe Randy Arozarena maybe will be the guy to get us on the board for the American League. He's been one of the hottest players since June 11th, not just on the Mariners, but overall in the MLB. And his productivity has rubbed off on guys like Julio and others. So we'll see where it goes. First pitch for Brian Woo, making his first All-Star game. Takes a strike looking, high and inside, 0-1 count. Ronald Acuna Jr., the hometown kid in the box. Wish he was in the home run derby, but he had stiffness in the back, so they had Matt Olson. And on the mound is our ace this year, Brian Woo. 0-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss by Ronald Acuna Jr. there. No balls and 2 strikes to Brian Woo. Let's go, baby. Let him know all day. 0-2 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Brian Woo to Ronald Acuna Jr. Let's go, baby. Everything matters. Every like, every sub, every view, every dono, every comment, everything, every share of the channel and the stream, it really does mean a lot. And again, we did break quite a few records last night. 1-2 pitch. Big swing and a miss, and Woo with a punch out with his first guy. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Represent the Seattle Mariners. Let's go. My boy. Way to bring that electricity, Woo. Let's go. Nice job, Brian. 1 away. Next up, Ketel Marte. First pitch. Marte swings in play and grounds out to second. 2 away. Got a little too greedy there. We're trying to get too overly aggressive, but do you blame him? He ended up getting a 2-run RBI double in the first to give him a 2-0 lead, so he's going to stay aggressive. But luckily, it fell into our hands. Nice job by Brian Woo. And next up, filling in for Freddie Freeman. His day is done. The polar bear, Pete Alonso. Gained another sub. Gained 5 so far tonight. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. First pitch from Brian Woo to Pete Alonso, the polar bear, high and inside, 1-0 count. We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 2-0 National League with a 2-run RBI double by Ketel Marte, bringing home Otani and Ronald Acuna Jr. in the first inning. Back-to-back hits, and that's the story. No home runs. It's been a pitcher's duel, and we're just waiting for the American League to do the same, to find 3 hits in a row or to get that home run that everyone's been waiting for. 1-0 pitch. Low and away. Could have been called strike on the corner, but they don't get the call for Woo. 2 balls and no strikes to the polar bear, Pete Alonso. 2-0 pitch, and Alonso lined out to first, and that is out number 3. Great job by Brian Woo. Let's go. Great to see that he actually got in. And again, if it was an Astros or Ranger manager, Mariner players wouldn't have played, like when we had Logan Gilbert and Andres Munoz, and we couldn't even get them on the fucking field. So I was thinking that they were going to have the Tiger manager, manage this, but they ended up going with Aaron Boone and the Yankees. And even though we're very fierce rivals with the Yankees, it's not as bad as like Yankees Red Sox. So I'm glad that Boone is, smart enough to at least play some of the Mariner players, and Brian Wu definitely delivering. Nice job. All right, we're in the top of the 4th inning now. We need to get something going here. Let's go. And I think that there's too many Tiger players in the lineup, and that's why we're fucking losing. If we would have had Byron Buxton in for Javi Baez and not had Gleyber Torres in, Riley Green is deserving, but again, too many Tiger players that are in this particular, all-star game. And again, after getting the breaks beat off of you when the Mariners put up 35 in 3 games and you got swept, it's carried over to this game. You can tell you don't see the same type of flair, swagger, energy, and aura from the Tiger players. If they would have swept the Mariners, maybe all these Tiger players go off, but I need to see some better production, or we need to get the backups in, because I don't really have a whole lot of confidence in Gleyber or Javi Baez. I do like Riley Green, though. I think that he's the best pure hitter on the team besides Spencer Torkelson, who's actually had a comeback player of the year type of season like Javi Baez. But center field should have been Byron Buxton. This was a mistake. And hopefully Riley Green will be able to get a homer or at least get on base to make it interesting for us. All right, now Peterson is coming in. All right, David Peterson coming in. David Peterson from the Mets. I'm actually surprised I've been able to manage, all of the backup substitutions this quickly. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a nightmare trying to catch up if they start going really fast, but I've been able to keep up. And again, I guess, you got to multitask like a motherfucker, I guess, huh? Tatis Jr. is going to be in right field, so there's some substitutions being made. And now we have David Peterson from the Mets coming in for Logan Webb. And hopefully this will be the pitcher that we can find a way to get on the board. Let's go, Riley Green. Come on now. I get it that the Tigers had the best record in baseball and they were the most dominant team, even though the Astros, Blue Jays, Yankees, Mariners are, playoff teams. But I need to be able to see some fucking production if you're going to have this many guys in the All-Star game. Do something. Let's go. First pitch. High and away with the 4-seam fastball, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch. Takes a strike looking right down the middle. 1 ball and 1 strike from Peterson to Green. 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss by Riley Green. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Peterson to Green. Come on, baby. We got to have at least one Tiger player in the starting lineup do something. We can't have all 3 of them shit the bed. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to come back unless, you get Buxton and Randy Arozarena and some of these guys off the bench to bring the wood. And Green strikes out swinging. I'm telling you, after the Mariners swept the Tigers, they're not the same. Again, they have no aura, no confidence, no swagger. They're almost like defeated. Like, I get it. Getting 35 and getting swept, in 3 games is tough. But I mean, God, you got the best record in baseball. Get out of the fucking, depression mode. Let's go. The All-Star game, baby. Next up is Aaron Judge. And again, when Aaron Judge's career is all said and done, he'll probably be known as the best hitter ever. Like if you actually look at his numbers, there's not very many guys that are going to be able to do the Triple Crown. And obviously we know it's going to be Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge, or Shohei Otani more than likely winning the home run title this year, even though Schwarber and Eugenio Suarez are close. But again, as far as like hits and RBIs and home runs, Aaron Judge is just in a category of his own. And I think Shohei Otani is amazing. I think Cal is amazing. You know, they both do things that Aaron doesn't do. Shohei pitches, and Cal obviously being a catcher and being a switch hitter, it's different. But as far as like pure hitter, I don't know if there's anyone that is as good as Aaron Judge or will be. And again, you know, he's broken so many records. If you look at this home run pace, you know, compared to others, he is way ahead of schedule compared to all of the other guys like Pujols, you know, based on the time schedule. So I'm a big fan of Aaron Judge, even though he's on the Yankees, and hopefully he'll do something for us. 0-2 pitch and grounds out to the shortstop. Damn it. 2 away. But hopefully, you know, he'll be able, I don't know if we'll see Judge again, you know, later in the game. I assume that probably is his last at bat, which is unfortunate, but still think Judge is an amazing player. Tupa with a $2 dono. There we go. Appreciate you. You got the dono train started. Stacks, Racks with a little Cactus Jack, and we got Big Dumper Cal Raleigh up here. Let's go. Appreciate you. And Bo Jackson, I got you. $98 to go on the dono train. Let's go, Cal. First pitch from Peterson to Dumper. Takes a strike looking, 0-1 count. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Cal. Home run derby champ. The Belt by Cody Rhodes. And there we go, Cal. Hell yeah. 0-1 pitch and a single to right. That's my boy. There you go, Cal Raleigh. That's what I'm talking about. Here we go. Next up is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Takes the first pitch and a single. Here we go. It's a miracle. We got back-to-back hits. Now, what are we going to do now? All right. We got a nice single by Cal. We got a nice single by Vladdy. All right. Now we got runners at first and third. Now we need Ryan O'Hearn to do his job. Let's go, Ryan. Here we go. 2-out rally. First pitch, O'Hearn, and he grounds out to the pitcher. Come on, Ryan. Fucking A, dude. See, and that if you're not going to be able to hit a home run to get, you know, the bleeding to stop, you know, you need that third guy. And fucking Cal did his job. Vladdy did his job. Why did we have to have O'Hearn there? Damn it. Tough. And we leave him stranded. And we're still down 2. That could have been a big. I wouldn't have expected O'Hearn to hit a homer, but if he just would have got a single and Cal could have came home, you know, then we could feel a little bit better as American League fans. But tough, man. See who's up next year for the National League. Next up for the National League, 0 for 1 with a K, Manny Machado. Batting second, 0 for 1 with a K, second best catcher in the game, Will Smith. And batting third, 0 for 1, right fielder stud, Kyle Tucker. And then Woo's day is done. Did a good job, Woo. And then Joe Ryan is coming in. Joe Ryan from the Twins. I got to pull up a photo of him here. All right, Joe Ryan coming in here at the bottom of the 4th, replacing Brian Wu. And let's see if we can do a little Bo Jackson action here real quick. Love me some Bo. Bottom of the fourth inning, 2-0 National League. It's a pitcher's duel, and hopefully we can get the bats to come alive like when Bo played. And we're going to need that power, and it's going to come down to the reserves for the American League if we're going to come back and win. You know, guys like Byron Buxton and Randy Arozarena, if we can get those guys in and they can produce, you know, that might be the difference in this particular game. And we haven't had any home runs yet by either team, you know, but we did have back-to-back hits to start the game off against Tarek Skubal, which was fucking shocking. And, you know, Shohei got a single, right? Ronald Acuna Jr. got a single, and then we had the big 2-run RBI double by Ketel Marte, the Arizona Diamondback stud, former Seattle Mariner. And, again, we've been kind of looking up at the scoreboard, and we got to get the bleeding to stop. All right, first pitch by Joe Ryan to Manny Machado, fouls off, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss by Manny Machado behind in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. We're in the bottom of the fourth, 2-0 National League. And shout out to all the new subs that we've been acquiring. And again, we gained 5 already today. We're at 21,012, 88 to go to hit to 22,000. Hit 25,000 views on the stream last night in the Home Run Derby, which was great. And I appreciate all the love and the support. Now we just have to try to get to 100 likes and 100 on the Dono train before the stream ends. 0-2 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Ryan to Machado. 1-2 pitch, big swing and a miss. There you go, Joe. That's my boy. There we go. Nice punch out of Machado. 1 away. Next up, second best catcher in the game, Will Smith. First pitch to Will Smith, in play, popped up and flied out to second, 2 away. There we go. We're at captain's in the building. What's good, Captain? We're at 40. With the people that we have in the room, we should be at a little bit higher of a number, and I know you and All Day will regulate that and help us get to that number. 10 more to get to 50, and we're about the halfway point. So if we can get 10 more relatively quickly, we should be able to get to that 75-100 mark. Bottom of the fourth inning, 2-0 National League. Next up, one of the best players in the game, former Houston Astro, might have been the only Astro player that I've actually really loved besides Jeremy Pena, Kyle Tucker. First pitch, fouled off right down the middle, 0-1 count. And if the Cubs are smart, they'll lock him up long term. Otherwise, the Dodgers or Yankees are going to pay him, and he's going to play great for those teams. Think about if Kyle Tucker went to the Yankees or Kyle Tucker went to the Dodgers. That could be the difference, by making, the World Series and, going deep for the Dodgers, or making a deeper run if he were to go to a team like the Yankees. It would definitely give him the same type of Juan Soto effect that they had last year. Not to say that Goldschmidt and Bellinger haven't done their job after Soto left. They've been pretty good, as well as Jazz Chisholm Jr., except Jazz just couldn't do the home run derby, only hitting 3. But he won't be in the event ever again. 2-1 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Ryan to Tucker. No, Stephen Kwan hasn't got a chance to play yet. Baby. And there we go. And that is out number 3. Nice job by Joe Ryan. All right, let's see who we have next here for the American League. Can we get on the damn board already? Next up, 1-for-1, third baseman Junior Caminero. I mean, it's kind of weird for me, rooting for all of these other players that are non-Mariners, but, they got to be able to do their job. Batting second, unless they have someone come in like Buxton, who should probably be coming in already. I mean, I know they're trying to give the starters 2 at-bats and whatnot, but I think that's kind of hurting the American League because none of them are doing anything, besides Cal and Vladdy. And batting third, 0-for-1, Jacob Wilson. We need the backups to come in because obviously all these starters, 3 Tiger players aren't doing anything. Too many Tigers, man. I'm telling you, the Mariners fucking crushed them so bad that they're not even in the right headspace right now. They're supposed to be enjoying this All-Star game. And right now, Gleyber Torres former Yankee, Riley Green, and Javi Baez. You got 3 guys in the fucking starting lineup not doing shit. Like, that's a problem. We need better production. And again, they should have never had Baez start in fucking center field. Should have been Buxton. So, and let's get Randy out there as well. Randy can hit a home run. Randy can do it, you know. And Randy ain't even a fucking starter. Put his ass in. End of the 4th inning, 2-0 National League. If I can find another bow here quickly. Best 2A athlete of all time, and you'll never see anybody like this probably ever again. Being an all-star, you know, for the MLB and being a Pro Bowler, you know, in the NFL. We know Deion Sanders played both, but he was nowhere near the athlete baseball-wise than he was, obviously, as a Hall of Famer, as a corner, you know, for the NFL. But he was a solid, good role player, but Bo was like an all-star in both. And, you know, again, that type of athleticism, if you watched him at Auburn, and then, you know, progress into the Raiders and the Royals, pretty special. And injuries definitely, you know, hurt his chances of, you know, playing longer. That's for damn sure. Yeah, American League has 3 hits. National League has 4. Marte doubled the right. Acuna scored. Otani scored. So far, you have Raleigh with a hit, Vladdy with a hit, and Junior Caminero with a hit. And then on the opposite side, Otani with a hit, Ronald Acuna Jr. with a hit, Ketel Marte with a hit. You know, so far. So that's where we're. And then Pete Crow Armstrong with a hit. So no home runs yet, but as we get deeper into the, you know, game, you know, there might be a little bit of leeway, so to speak, you know, and hopefully we can get something. '25 MLB All-Star Game in Atlanta. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. You haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes and 100 on the dono train. Yesterday was a magical day for us Mariner fans and American League fans. Big dumper, Cal Raleigh, the first catcher to not only win, but also the first switch hitter to be able to win a home run derby, and now joins Ken Griffey Jr. as the only winners from the Seattle Mariners. And he's got 2 more wins to catch up to Griffey. Griffey won 3 times. Cal won his first. And I don't think this will be the last time that we see Cal Raleigh with his dad and his younger brother in the home run derby. Hopefully we get him to participate at least a few more times. And you never know. If Cal's in the derby, he'll always have a chance. But I want to see Judge and Otani with Cal in the derby. And if that happens, the chances of Cal winning it definitely probably goes down. But it would be exciting, to say the least. Go to the top of the 5th, 2-0 National League. Yes. F the cancer. Agreed. We gained another sub. 87 to get to 22,000. Appreciate every single one of y'all. And again, we've been gaining about 5 to 15 daily, which is great. Hit 25,000 views last night. Broke 21,000 subs last night as well. And at the start of the baseball season, we were sitting at around 1,000 to 1,500 regular viewers. And based on, you know, the numbers, and they'll be calculating them as they go in the metrics tomorrow, but we're at 4,000 returning regular viewers on the channel. And after the metrics add up from yesterday, I imagine that number will be even higher moving forward. And again, we're getting every age range, 13 to 17, 18 to 24, 25 to 34, 35 to 44, 45 to 54, 55 to 64, and even 65 and up. So we're getting every age range. We got the female viewership to go from 5% to 12%, which is fantastic. And then obviously we're getting views from everywhere. United States, Venezuela, Mexico, Dominican Republic, Canada, Philippines, Nicaragua, Japan, Panama, Colombia, Australia, New Zealand, just to name a few. So if you are watching from one of those places, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. All right, we got Gore coming into the matchup. Mackenzie Gore from the Nats. All right, Mackenzie Gore now on the mound. Next up is 1-for-1 Junior Caminero, who ended up getting runner-up in the home run derby yesterday, and hopefully Junior can go yard to get us on the board 2-1. We need someone to do it. All right, we're at 50 to go. Let's go, baby. Yeah, Griffey was there. Obviously, he's a professional photographer now, just like Randy Johnson. And it's great to be able to see Griffey, kind of chop it up with all of the, other all-stars. And he's, highly respected. I mean, he might be the most well-respected, former player, besides maybe Derek Jeter, that's still alive and, still like kind of hanging around the game, so to speak. So first pitch from Gore to Caminero, fouled it off right down the middle, 0-1 count. STL in the building, what's good? 0-1 pitch, fouled it off. High and away, no balls and 2 strikes from Gore to Caminero. And STL is an LSU fan and was talking about how the Mariners could get Cade, and it happened. You talked it into existence, and I'm so happy that you gave me the information on some of your players. And again, Cade, the best player in the draft. We got him at pick number 3. The Nats and the Angels decided to go with Willits and another pitcher, and thank God they did. And I'm so excited to see his progression as Caminero grounds out to the shortstop, throw to first. 1 away. Couldn't get anything there out of Junior. Hopefully we can get something here with Javi Baez. Mackenzie Gore on the mound, Javi Baez in the box. And again, if we didn't have so many goddamn Detroit Tigers in the lineup, maybe we would be at 1 or 2 by now, but again, they had the best record in the American League, and I get that. But again, after the Mariners swept them right before the All-Star game and put up 35, none of these Tiger players look like they're having any fun out there. Like, you're not playing the Mariners anymore. This is the All-Star game. Like, crack a smile. Like, help us try to fucking win this American League, National League All-Star game. We can't have no production out of those 3 guys out of 9. 1-0 pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and no strikes from Gore to Baez. Wu was solid. And I mean, like, I get it, when you have teams that have great records, you want those guys to step up, regardless if it's, Blue Jay players, Mariner players, Tiger players, Astro players. If they're going to have 3 out of 9, you better fucking produce. And Baez grounds out to the shortstop on a 2-0 count. And these Tiger players, I'm sorry to say, are fucking worthless. And Javi should have even started at center field. He plays like second base and shortstop. This should have been Byron Buxton. And again, if Buxton would have started, maybe he homers and maybe we're on the fucking board. But absolutely no production from these Tiger players. Sad. Next up is Jacob Wilson, potential rookie of the year, one of the best up-and-coming players, in my opinion, besides PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong, and James Wood. Those are my 3 favorite non-Mariner players that are young and up-and-coming right now. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking in the zone, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Mackenzie Gore to Jacob Wilson. Come on, baby. Gore on the mound, Wilson in the box. And I don't expect any home runs out of Jacob Wilson. Just get a single. Get the rally started here. Let's go. And I don't have anything against, the Tigers. It's not like I hate them and hate their players. I respect that team and I respect their players. It's just unfortunate that they're not doing anything. And Wilson grounds out to the shortstop. And this is kind of like a repeating circle, just going over and over and over. We just can't get the 3 hits in a row. We had an opportunity where Cal got a hit, Vladdy got a hit, and then we couldn't get that third person, Ryan O'Hearn, but hopefully we can get something at some point. All right, let's see who's up next here for the National League. Looks like it'll be Francisco Lindor, Pete Crow Armstrong, and then depending on if they have Shohei hit again or not, that's where we're going. And then we're going to have a substitution, and it will be Rasmussen coming in for the American League. Drew Rasmussen from the Tampa Bay Rays. And I think the craziest thing out of everything is that the person that fucked up was Skubal. Skubal's the best, pitcher in the game, not named Skeens, right? And he gets run support. And again, Skubal got fucked up by the Mariners. And again, every single Tiger player, whether it be Gleyber Torres, Riley Green, Javi Baez, including Skubal, where the fuck are you? I mean, if you're going to be represented so deep in the American League, fucking produce. Did the Mariners suck the soul out of you? And that's why we can't even get on the board, because you guys are fucking depressed because the Mariners beat the brakes off of you? Like, wake up. That was the regular season. This is the All-Star game. Come on, man. It's ridiculous. All right, let's see what Drew can do here with his limited action. But I don't think I've, seen a team that had like such dominance and such a dominating record and seeing everyone shit the bed. And again, I don't think any of us thought Skubal would be the guy that would fuck the game up for the American League early in the matchup. But you got to give credit to Shohei and Acuna. They're great players. And to me, Ketel Marte is the most underrated player that was starting. And lo and behold, he was the one that ended up getting the double and brought in 2 guys home. So again, just because you're not popular, doesn't mean that you're not good. And on paper, the National League team looked much better to me. I just didn't really have a lot of confidence in these Tiger players, and my suspicions were right. They are still hanging on to that 35 runs in 3 games in the sweep from the Mariners. I mean, like, get over it, And finally, we get Buxton in center field, and they're making some adjustments here. Okay, here we go. Bobby Witt Jr. coming in. Now we're actually getting some fucking players, to play with, guys like Judge and Cal, where we actually have confidence in them, even if they don't get anything like Judge. But at any given point, Judge can get a home run or a single, but his time is up. And unfortunately, we weren't able to get the Judge homer like we've seen in the past in All-Star games. But hopefully Bobby Witt Jr. and, Randy Arozarena and some of these other guys that actually can fucking hit, and replace these Tiger players, and maybe we can get on the board. So, I mean, it's more than the Tiger players. They only have 3 spots out of 9, but obviously Skubal kind of fucked it up at the beginning too. Skeens got the punch outs, and Skubal did not. All right, first pitch from Rasmussen to Lindor. High and away, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch. Big swing and a miss, high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Francisco Lindor. Bottom of the 5th, 2-0 National League. Yeah, I don't think Judge is going to be playing anymore. So if you have a bet for Judge, his day is over. And anytime you make bets, you have to realize that the starters are probably only going to get up to bat twice at the max, and then they get replaced. 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss right down the middle. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Rasmussen to Lindor. No, I don't think Judge is going to get another at-bat, unfortunately. Sorry, brother. No spamming. This is your last warning, John. Pitch is outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Rasmussen to Lindor. Bottom of the 5th, 2-0 National League. 2-2 pitch, in play, and Lindor lines out to right. 1 away. He's not in. He hasn't been in the game yet. All right, next up is PCA. Pete Crow Armstrong, who's 1 for 1. Drew Rasmussen on the mound, PCA in the box. No, Donovan hasn't had an at-bat yet. So right now we're in the 5th inning, and typically with the All-Star game, if the starters will go, 2 at-bats, and sometimes only 1, depending on the situation. But, you're only going to, you're going to start to see the backups starting like after this inning. Like after this inning, the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, that's when a lot of the backups, we're going to see them. But, the starters, they try to let the starters go for 2 at-bats. And so usually that'll be the 1st and the 3rd, or possibly, 1st and the 4th, depending on how it all plays out. But we're in the bottom of the 5th here. 2-0 pitch, takes a strike swinging high and away, paints that corner beautifully. 2 balls and 1 strike from Rasmussen to PCA. Bottom of the 5th, 2-0 National League. Skubal gave up 3 hits in a row, and they ended up getting a 2-run RBI double by Marte, scoring Otani and Acuna Jr. 2-1 pitch, and PCA flies out to left, 2 away. And the AL has been dominant. We've won 10 out of the last 11, right? But today it feels like the National League are getting revenge. Unless we can get Bobby Witt Jr., Randy Arozarena, and guys that actually can fucking hit, take out these fucking Tiger players that are depressed because the Mariners swept them, and let's put in some other guys that actually can fucking hit the ball, and maybe we can come back and make it at least a little bit more competitive. Next up is Kyle Schwarber, getting his first at-bat here. First pitch to Schwarber, takes a strike looking, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, fouled off, no balls and 2 strikes from Rasmussen to Schwarber. And we obviously know Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge, Shohei Otani are having great seasons, but guess what? Eugenio Suarez and Kyle Schwarber as well. And again, it'll be very interesting to kind of watch those two in the second half of the season if they can catch up to Otani, Judge, and Big Dumper. I just want us to get on the fucking board already. And I have this feeling that if we can get Randy in the game, he might be the guy that does it. Bobby Witt Jr., Randy Arozarena could be one of them. Slide out to center field for out number 3. Down goes Schwarber. Nice job by Drew Rasmussen in his limited action. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes before the stream ends. We're at the halfway point, and we're only at, 2 on the dono train. We got 98 to go. We got some ground to make up. And next up for the American League, hopefully it'll be better than his home run derby experience, Jazz Chisholm Jr. And again, as long as he just has to try to get a single, I have confidence that he can get a hit. It's not like he's got all this pressure to hit a home run here. So hopefully we can get Jazz to get a hit and get us going. Let's go, Jazz. And sometimes being a little bit too arrogant and too cocky came back to bite you. And I kind of had a feeling that that was going to happen, but I didn't predict that he would hit 3. But I had a feeling that he would get under 9, and he did. So, but hopefully Jazz will be someone that will help us here. Well, they have to let the backups play. But Judge's day is done, and Randy Arozarena is coming in to replace him. Yes. Okay. All right, so we got to have Witt, Buxton coming in, and we're going to also have Randy. So those 3 guys I have a belief in. I believe in Randy. I believe in Byron Buxton. He should have started over Javi Baez, with his Tiger bullshit. And Bobby Witt Jr., he's like one of the best players in the game. Why the hell is he not starting? So again, I feel like just because the Tigers had the best record in baseball, obviously they gave them too much, love in the lineup. Skubal, starting pitcher, 3 guys in the starting lineup. All 3 guys shit the bed. Even Skubal shit the bed. And now we're looking up at the scoreboard. And luckily, we're only down 2. But again, if we would have had maybe 1, starter or 2 starters, instead of having, all of these guys in there right at the gate in the beginning, maybe we would have been able to get something going. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Jazz Chisholm will be the first individual here. And then we'll see if they have someone come in for Riley Green. And then it'll be Randy Arozarena. Let's go. All right, we gained a couple more subs. All right, now we are at 86 to go. Appreciate you guys. We've gained 7 subs already today, and we've been gaining 5 to 15. Yesterday was a bigger day, in that like 20, 25 range. So, and we hit 25,000 views. We broke 21,000 subs, and Ellie De La Cruz is coming in at shortstop. Now we're actually starting to bring in players that we can kind of get excited about. Guys that maybe should have started over some of these other individuals. But again, I assume that we'll get a little ramp up in the runs. We might be able to get a home run or two, before this is up now, but we'll see what we got here. Abbott on the mound and Jazz Chisholm Jr. in the box. And he's pinch hitting for, obviously, Gleyber Torres, who absolutely did nothing in his opportunity for leading off, which was probably not the smartest decision. 1-1 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 1 strike to Jazz Chisholm Jr. And I know Jazz can't hit home runs in the home run derby, but who knows? He might be able to do some magic here for us in this at-bat, I'm hoping. Brett Boone, absolutely. Here we go. 2-1 pitch. Low and away. Here we go. 3 balls and 1 strike. If we can get Jazz to walk, just find a way to get plunked, walked, just get someone on base, and then we can, go on a little bit of a rally. It's not the same as like me calling a Mariner game with our strategy with the Seattle Mariners, but there should be enough good players as far as the backups coming in where we should be able to get on the board finally. 3-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss by Jazz Chisholm Jr. Count now is full. 3-2 pitch. And popped up and lined out to center. 1 away. Well, Jazz not making his time well spent here in the All-Star game. Maybe being a little bit more humble will help you in the future. Next up is Riley Green. And if you were going to have one Tiger player to keep hitting, it would be him over Baez and Torres. Riley Green is their best player, hitting-wise, and he has power to hit home runs. So I don't know if he'll be able to do that, but I'll take a fucking single at this point. Abbott on the mound, Green in the box. First pitch, big swing and a miss down the middle by Riley Green. 0-1 count. Come on, Riley. 0-1 pitch, high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike from Abbott to Green. Andrew Abbott, 1-1 pitch, and Green flies out to center, 2 away. Like, why do we have all these fucking Tiger players in here? Are the Tiger players frauds? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Jesus. You know who's not a fraud? The batter that's coming into the game right now. One of the hottest players in baseball since June 11th, Randy Arozarena. Come on. Let's go, Randy. First pitch takes a strike looking, 0-1 count. Now, Randy obviously easily could strike out looking or swinging. He's very aggressive. But if he can find contact, you never know. It could be a single, double, triple, or a home run. And we need the bleeding to stop. I wish Randy would get 2 at-bats instead of just 1, but hopefully he'll be able to go up again. 1-1 pitch, takes a strike looking, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Randy Arozarena. Come on, Randy. Andrew Abbott, 1-2 pitch in play, and Arozarena grounds out to the pitcher. Fucking A. And that is out number 3. Nice job by Andrew Abbott there. And again, when you only have 1 at-bat, you hope for the best, but nice job by the National League. They've been in control, and I was hoping that Randy could get us that home run, something positive since we've been in a rut here. And again, the American League has won 10 out of the last 11, but on paper, the National League team looked a little bit better, and I was a little worried about those Tiger players, and for good reason. After getting swept by the Mariners, they have not recovered. Yeah, man. $2 holla. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for a photo or two. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks with the little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. We're at 4, 96 to go. Who will be the next to help us out on the Dono train? All right, Chris Bubik is coming in. Bubik, the bubonic plague. Royals. Rasmussen out. Bubik in. All right. Come on, baby. All right. Stephen Kwan is in the game. So you're starting to get some more substitutions here. Alejandro Cuck. Garcia at third. So they're moving a lot of guys around now, getting a lot of the backups in. Bubik is coming in for Rasmussen. And then Fernando Tatis Jr. for the Padres is making an appearance off the bench. Bubik on the mound, Fernando Tatis Jr. in the box. No, Shohei and Acuna are out. So any of the starters are no longer in for the most part. Almost every single starter is out of the game. They have a lot of backups. So again, you don't want, the starters to play 3/4 of the game and then you have half of the bench that doesn't even get in. Especially if you're a fan of players that are on the bench, you want to see them pitch. You want to see them hit, even if it's only one at bat or, one half inning. You want to see something. First pitch from Bubik to Fernando Tatis Jr. High and inside, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking low and in the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike to Fernando Tatis Jr. 1-1 pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike to Fernando Tatis Jr. And it's a 2-0 National League lead. They had back-to-back hits to start the game. Otani, Ronald Acuna Jr., and then obviously the most underrated player on the National League, Ketel Marte, and he ended up hitting a 2-run RBI double in the first on Tarek Skubal, out of all people, and that's where we're sitting. No home runs yet, and we have some players that are coming in late that might be able to change that. 3-1 pitch, big swing and a miss. Count now is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Fernando Tatis Jr., but it makes me a little nervous with some of the players that are coming in on the National League because they have enough talent where they might be able to extend the lead to 3 or 4. And even though we're only down 2-0, American League fans, it feels like we're down 4-0. It feels like it's like double because the production has been so limited so far. And there's a walk. Each team, you got 4 hits for the National League, American League only 3. Like, what is this? The Seattle Mariners in 2022 and 2023, playing this deep in a game with only a couple hits? Come on. I mean, thank God the 2025 Mariners aren't like that anymore. We actually can hit now. All right, now Donovan's coming in for the Cardinals. 1-0 pitch. Low and away. 1-0 count. And Tatis Jr. stole second. 2 balls and no strikes to Brendan Donovan. Tatis went to first with the walk and then just stole second. Come on, Bubik, don't fuck this up. 2-0 pitch, fouls it off right down the middle. 2 balls and 1 strike with a runner at second and no outs. And again, if we're not careful here, this is going to end up being 3-0, 4-0, and I don't know if the American League is going to come back. Well, it's a pitcher's duel. You're not always going to get, a 5-4, 6-5 game. Sometimes it's going to be a 3-1 or 3-2 kind of game. And Donovan reached on an infield single to the shortstop. Bubik pitching like he's got the fucking bubonic plague, sucker. And now we're sitting at runners at first and third with no outs, with Donovan getting a nice base knock. Pull his ass. Next up is the polar bear, Pete Alonso. First pitch to Pete Alonso, high and inside by Bubic, the lefty, 1-0 count. Alonso in the box, Bubic on the mound. And again, if he ends up throwing it right down the middle and Alonso homers, this one is more than likely over, and hopefully that doesn't happen. I want this to be somewhat close. Yeah, Donovan is an up-and-coming stud for sure. You know, I follow the league from top to bottom, and I like these. Oh, there it is. Back. See ya. I told y'all. I had a feeling. And the polar bear homers, and now the game's over. 5-0 National League. If the sports gods, they listen to every word I say, and they hang on to it. And again, they're like, oh, he said homer? Okay, there it is. And what, 5 seconds later, Alonso homered. Unbelievable. Nice job by Pete, but now this sucks for the American League. The chances of us coming back now is almost zero. I mean, even if we have guys in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning that go ham, you know, are they going to have a fucking meltdown at the end of the game? Not likely. Wow. And I was worried about some of these players like Tatis and the polar bear. You know, it's like, yeah, we had Randy and, Bobby Witt Jr., but it's like if you pitch it right down the middle, you are going to make, and now you got Gino up. And, Gino can homer here too. Holy cow. The former Seattle Mariner. Come back home, baby. Unbelievable. 1-0 pitch, fouled off. 1 ball and 1 strike to Eugenio Suarez. But that's what happens when you pitch right down the middle to Pete Alonso, the polar bear. In play and grounded out to second, 1 away. But it shows you too many Tiger players were playing. Again, they had a great, first part of the season, but after getting swept by the Mariners, none of those fucking players, even Scooball, has recovered. And if we had less Tiger players, more Mariners, more Yankees, more Blue Jays, like if Springer, would have been in there, who should have gotten the nod, maybe we're not in this fucking position, right now. But definitely the Tigers, had kind of screwed us in this game. Bottom of the 6th, 5-0 National League. Next up is Goodman. Nice job by Pete Alonso with that big 3-run jack. And if he didn't homer, Gino would have had a good chance. And now you have Hunter Goodman. American League has won 10 out of the last 11, but again, not looking good here. Yeah, terrible pitch by Bubic. Bubic with the bubonic plague right down the middle. Like, just because Pete Alonso's old doesn't mean that he can't do that. And you saw how good he was in the home run derby a few years back. And I am not shocked. Like I said, if Alonso didn't homer, and got on base with a single, Gino probably would have homered. And nothing like a Kansas City Royal to fuck everything up for us, huh? Shep in the building. What's good? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind a pitcher's duel if we have a lower scoring game, that ends up being like 3-2, where it's like competitive and then someone wins at the end. But again, this is definitely as lopsided as a game that we've seen in many, many years, maybe they should next time, bring in some more Astros, more Mariners, more Yankees, more Blue Jays, instead of just going with the Tigers that, had a great, first half of the year, but did not come big here and produce. Bottom of the 6th, 5-0 National League. And Bubik's day is done, and now they're going to bring in Casey Mize, another Tiger. Oh, God. And we fucked him up in game number 2 when we swept him, so we'll see how this goes. And Goodman flies out to center on an 0-1 pitch. See if I can get the Casey Mize up here real quick. Two away. Casey Mize on the mound. Next up is Corbin Carroll. God, this National League team is stacked. They have much better contact hitters as well as home run hitters. First pitch from Casey Mize to Corbin Carroll. Fouled off right down the middle. 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch, low and at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike from Mize to Carroll. Come on, Casey. You got to be like at least one Tiger player out of the 5 that actually did something positive. 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss by Corbin Carroll. 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody on and 2 outs. American League in a very big hole. They were down 2-0, and then the polar bear came up there on Bubik and hit a 3-run blast. And now it's looking pretty bleak. But again, all it takes is 1 meltdown by a pitcher, and then we could come back. But again, that would also mean that we would have to get back-to-back hits and then the home run to cut it into 5-2 or 5-3. And look at this, Corbin Carroll, back, see ya! And Corbin Carroll joins the home run party, 6-0 National League. Golly. Well, hopefully in the future we have 0 Tiger players in the All-Star game, because literally every single one of them is shit the bed. Casey Mize, Derek Skubal, Javi Baez, golly, Gleyber Torres, and Riley Green. Like, why do we have so many Tiger players if they're all going to shit the bed? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And again, we needed Aaron Judge to homer, in this All-Star game to give us, something. And now they have Ellie De La Cruz. God, make it stop. Holy cow. National League, this team. Ellie. First pitch, high and away. Big swing and miss by Ellie De La Cruz from Casey Mize. 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Mize to Ellie De La Cruz. 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody on and 2 outs. And I better not see a Detroit Tiger in the All-Star game ever in the history of fucking sports. Golly, are they the most overrated? I mean, if you got the best record, for a good chunk, I need to see more. But again, the Seattle Mariners might be the reason why all of these guys on the Tigers are, fucking depressed, not playing well. End of the 6th inning, 6-0 National League. Great catch there in the outfield there on the Corbin Carroll home run ball. Why are we having Jazz Chisholm fucking bat again? Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ. He already had 1 at bat. Why is he batting again? Get someone else in there. Top of the 7th, leading off 0-for-1, Jazz Chisholm Jr. Batting second, Stephen Kwan. And maybe Stephen can get us on the board. And then Randy Arozarena with his second at-bat. We're going to go Jazz, Kwan, and Randy. Hopefully Randy at least homers, so that way we get at least someone, And if we can get Jazz to get a single and Kwan with a single and Randy hits a 3-run jack, then we're still going to lose, but at least it will be better, Man, Mariner effect is real. Yep. What's good, brother? I'm grinding, man. We just broke 21,000 subs. Last night we had 25,000 plus views, which is a record for the channel yesterday. We've been gaining 5 to 15 subs on the regular. We have 4,000 regular viewers on the daily, and it's been going up by 100 almost every day. And it feels like we're finally kind of hitting a nice groove on the channel, and again, right now I'm the #1 Seattle Mariner live streamer who does play-by-play, #1 Oregon Duck live streamer, live play-by-play and reactions. And again, I'll be doing a little NFL, college football, NHL, MLB, NBA, WWE, NASCAR. It kind of just really depends on the time of the year. Very excited for football, college and NFL in a couple months, but definitely excited about the future of the Seattle Mariners. And I'm still on cloud 9 with this yesterday. The big dumper being the first catcher in the home run derby to win, as well as a switch hitter. Give him the belt by the Nightmare Cody Rhodes. Give him the chain. Give him the award. And nothing is better than doing it with family. Papa Raleigh, Big Dumper, and Baby Raleigh. And they all play catcher. I don't think I've ever seen that before, where you have a whole family that plays like one position. I mean, I know we've probably seen like, a family of pitchers, but when's the last time we've seen a family of all catchers? I've never seen that. So pretty cool. Yeah, but after, the Mariners put up 35 runs in the last, 3 games before the break and swept them, it seems like the Tiger players never recovered. Now, if they would have swept the Mariners, I imagine all the Tiger players would have played well. Skubal wouldn't have given up the 2 runs early, and I imagine, Baez wouldn't have started. You would have had Buxton there, and it would have just been Gleyber Torres and Riley Green, and I would assume that he probably would have got some hits. Hell, maybe even Javi Baez would have gotten it, but that's why I don't like having too many guys, from one team in the lineup. Because again, if they end up all shitting the bed like they did today, that's 3 spots out of 9 for half the game. And that's going to be really tough to come back from. And, you've seen home runs, coming here late, and we haven't got any yet. And obviously the Polar Bear says, hey, I'm here. And same thing with Corbin Carroll as well. So. Yeah, no, I don't blame you, man. You've gone through a lot of ups and downs and whatnot. And, there's nothing I can say word-wise that's going to, make things better. And that as well. All I can do is just send some love and, hugs your way, for the tough time that you're having. And, you can always reach out to me, through a DM or through, socials and whatnot. You're not alone, even though you may feel like that at times. And again, if there's anything that I can do to try to make things slightly better for that particular day, I'll do my best to do that. This is my favorite photo out of all the photos, though, because it has his dad and his brother. And if his dad and brother didn't do well, he wouldn't have won the Derby. So it was a family effort, team effort for sure. 6-0 National League. And again, the American League has won 10 out of the last 11. We haven't seen an ass whooping like this, but also we've never seen a Tiger-dominated lineup in the American League. And I feel that that's the reason why we lost. Again, some of the other players didn't do anything on their end either. But again, if we had less Tigers and, other guys in the lineup, Buxton, Randy Arozarena, Bobby Witt Jr., and if you had some of these other guys starting instead of the Tiger players, maybe we're a little bit more competitive. But, it is what it is. We got Matt Olson coming in. Alejandro Kirk is at bat now. Top of the 7th. 6-0? The hell?
Oh my God.
All right, more John's coming in. Adrian Morejon from the Padres coming in. And I've been able to get photos for every player so far with really no hiccups, which is nice. Lots of substitutions, especially after the 5th inning. All right, Adrian Morejon on the mound, Alejandro Kirk in the box. Judge played, but he just didn't homer, and we needed him to homer, and he had, 2 at-bats, and he went 0 for 2, and again, we've seen Judge homer in the past, in all-star games, and again, it's like when you have guys like Judge or Otani or Cal Raleigh this year, you definitely need those guys to go yard to compete, and we really needed Judge to homer, today, and even if he did, we probably still would have lost based on what's happened and transpired, after that, but it definitely would have given us a little bit more hope. First pitch from Adrian Morejon to Alejandro Kirk, and look at that! The Toronto Blue Jay got a hit, and they should have had George Springer on the All-Star team as well. They definitely didn't pick the right people. Same thing with Seiya Suzuki not making it for the Cubs. It's a fucking travesty, All right, next up is Aranda. Jonathan Aranda, let's see if he can do something on the Tampa Bay Rays. Pitch is high and away, 2-0 count. Can we get back-to-back hits? I hope so. And I'm really having to hustle here with a lot of these. Two 2-0 pitch, takes a strike swinging high and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike from Morejon to Aranda. Two 2-1 pitch, high and away. 3 balls and 1 strike from Morejon to Aranda. Come on, baby. Three 1 pitch. Takes a strike looking on the line. 3 balls and 2 strikes from Morejon to Aranda. Come on, baby. Come on, Jonathan. And that's a walk, and we haven't really seen too many of those. Here we go. A little bit of a meltdown, hopefully, here for Morejon. Nice job. We got Alejandro Kirk with a hit as a backup, and now we have Jonathan Aranda with a hit. Or Jonathan Aranda with a walk, excuse me. And now what? Brent Rooker is coming in. All right, let's go, Rooker. We need a homer, Rooker. And you know how good Brent Rooker was last year. You know, towards the middle and back end of the season, he was playing like a top 10 player overall. There with the tour. I saw Donovan got that hit. Nice job. You guys were killing us this year. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks with little Cactus Jack, bang, bang. Let me know what you want to do for a photo. If you want Donovan, I got you. Top of the 7th inning, 6-0 National League. Where are we sitting at on the likes right now? Where are we at on the likes and the donos? A couple minutes ago, we were at 60, 40 more to go. And we're at 6, 94 to go to hit the dono goal. Come on, Rooker. This is the best chance that we've had to actually get on the board. Runners at first and second with no outs. And again, it's going to take an epic meltdown by the National League in the next 3 innings for us to be able to come back. Reflect with a 3-er. We're at 9, 91 to go. Stacks, racks, jack, bang, bang. Appreciate you. We're still at 60, 40 more to go. Let's get it, baby. See if I can squeeze in this Brendan Donovan here quickly.
Oh my God.
Appreciate you. All right, come on, Rooker. But I don't think I've ever seen an all-star game where one team had a majority of the players on the roster and all of them did nothing. Like, this is the reason why we're down 6-0. You had every single player, Casey Mize, Scooball, Javi Baez, Gleyber Torres, and even Riley Green, like absolutely nothing, from any of those guys. Tough, hard to win, when you have all those guys on that team that supposedly is, one of the best in, baseball. Didn't come to play here in the All-Star game. Rodriguez on the mound, Rooker in the box. 1-0 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and no strikes to Brent Rooker. Come on, baby. Here we go. Back. See ya. I knew it. There we go, baby. Rooker with a 3-run jack. Kirk and Aranda score. Nice job by Alejandro. Nice job by Jonathan Aranda. And then, boom, Brent Rooker comes in the game and says, you know what? You should have fucking started me. 6-3 National League. There we go. I can get behind that. Let's go. There we go. Thank God. I was about to say, we got to have somebody do something. And thankfully, we get off the schneid now. And now it's 6-3, and now we have a chance. Because now the meltdown by Randy Rodriguez is in effect. And again, if we can get a meltdown by the next 2 guys after in the 8th and the 9th, I mean, who knows? Could we come back and win 7-6? It could happen, There we go, baby. Nice job, Rooker. And again, you just have to be able to find those right guys, and we still need Bobby Witt Jr. to have an at-bat. We get Bobby up there, we might be able to get a single, double, or home run out of him. So the Rooker crushed the fuck out of that baseball. Unbelievable. Love it. 1-1 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike from Rodriguez to Garcia. Come on, Garcia. Come on, Michael Garcia. Takes a strike looking on the line. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Michael Garcia. And that's a walk, baby. There we go. I love meltdowns. Just when it doesn't happen to us. Nice job by Michael Garcia using his eyes there. All right, here we go. We're down by 3. And next up is Byron Buxton, baby. Let's go. Buxton should have started over Javi Baez in center field. I don't know whose idea that was. That was stupid. Let's go, Buxton. First pitch, low and at the hips. 1-0 count. One-0 pitch in play. And wow, Buxton hit the hell out of that and lined out. 1 away. All right, here we go. Bobby Witt Jr. Come on, baby. Come on, Bobby. Like a lot of these guys that are on the bench, like Rooker and Witt, and Buxton, they should have started. Over a lot of those Tiger players, we would have been in much better shape at this point. Let's go, Bobby. And Garcia stole second, baby. Safe at third, throwing error. Ooh, baby, I like it. Man, I hope Randy Rodriguez plays fucking the rest of the game. Oh, my. This would be insane if the American League comes back and wins. Down fucking 6-0. Randy Rodriguez on the mound in the top of the 7th having a fucking meltdown. Now the game is a little bit more fun, right? For a lot of us, regardless if you are a fan of a team in the American League or National League, I don't think anyone wants to see a 6-0 game in the All-Star game. We want to see at least be kind of close, right? And even though we're down 3, it's a hell of a lot better being at 6-3 rather than 6-0, especially when we got 3 in 1 inning. And we still got 2 to go after this. So we can have a meltdown again. We might be able to creep up and make it, a little bit closer of a matchup here. Here we go. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. And to go from 6-3, Bobby Witt Jr. in play. Let's go, baby. And Bobby grounds out, but hey, now it's 6-4, baby. Let's go. Garcia scores. Nice job by Bobby Witt Jr. And just like that, Randy Rodriguez giving up 4 runs. Holy hell. It's like watching Carlos Vargas for the Mariners. Next up is Jazz Chisholm Jr. Man, we have all the momentum now. Unbelievable comeback here by the American League. Let's go. First pitch in play. Jazz being too greedy there, but getting a single. Nice job, Jazz. Hell, even Jazz is being able to rebound after getting 3 home runs in the home run derby. Looking like a fool, but he's coming up big here late. Nice job, Jazz. If Jazz is getting hits, National League is in trouble. Here we go, baby. Nice job, Jazz. Next up is Stephen Kwan. A single extraordinaire. Let's go. Now the game is fun. It's like the sports gods were just playing with us. Unbelievable. I don't think I could have predicted this kind of comeback in a million years, but I'm so happy it happened. Let's go, baby. Top of the 7th, 6-4, National League. And we've been able to get a bunch of these big hits with 2 outs. And hopefully we can get 1 more. But the run might die here soon, unless Randy keeps on having this epic meltdown. Olsen fumbled the bag there on that Jazz hit. Come on, Steven. Again, I don't expect him to hit a 2-run blast, but if you really want to get me excited, that's what you would do, sports gods. You have Stephen Kwan, a single hitter, go for a 2-run blast, and if we tie it up 6-6 in the 7th, oh my, we will have a very good chance of coming back and winning. Hell, we still have a good chance to come back and win now, being at 6-4. Even if it was at 6-3, we would have had a great chance to come back, but an epic meltdown, and at least the one thing the Tigers can say, that at least they didn't play as bad as this guy right here, Randy Rodriguez. We gained a few more subs. Pitching change coming in. That's probably about 3 batters too late. Like Dan Wilson trying to substitute a pitcher when they're having a meltdown. Just keep him in there. All right, we've gained 12 subs on this stream alone. Great job. Now we're at 21,019. And again, we made a mistake by having too many Tiger players shitting the bed, but we definitely, got the payback with Randy Rodriguez even being worse than all of the Tiger players combined. Casey Mize, Eric Skubal, Javi Baez, Riley Green, and Gleyber Torres. And just like that, the backups playing great and, finding a way to cut back into this lead. And hopefully Stephen Kwan can give us a little bit of magic here. And I'm curious to see who they're going to be bringing in. And it's going to be Trevor Megill from the Brew Crew. I mean, this had a potential to be one of the worst All-Star games ever, and now it's actually turning into one of the more entertaining ones here late. No one wants to see a fucking 6-0 victory. I mean, I guess if you're a National League fan, then you've lost 10 out of the last 11. You do, right? If you're a National League fan, but American League is not going to make it easy. All right, Trevor Megill coming into the game. Stephen Kwan in the box. Let's go, Stephen. Ben, it was. I'm still on cloud 9, man. And the best part about everything, is that they decided to go with the regular uniforms in this All-Star game, instead of using the home run derby uniforms. And hopefully that'll be something in the future. If they want to make a shitty uniform that looks like a second grader, created the idea, use it just for this, right? And then use the regular uniforms for the game. And best photo out of all the photos that I own right here or have. I mean, there definitely will be more people probably voting for Cal now. We still have to have him finish strong. But if he ends up hitting more home runs than Judge this year, there will be a chance. But it would be kind of cool to have a co-MVP, because obviously Judge is worthy as well. I mean, especially if you look at the triple crown, with runs, hits and home runs, or home runs, hits, and RBIs. Down goes Kwan. But at least we got 4. Can't get mad at that. They should have kept Randy Rodriguez in there. All right, Stowers is up next. Kyle Stowers in the box. And coming in for Casey Mize is going to be Estevez. Carlos Estevez from the Royals. Just have to get the Stowers and Estevez photo here momentarily. I'm trying to get every photo of every player, which is kind of challenging. I don't have a whole lot of time, and I only have so many spots. And obviously, I was able to get it all prepped for the starters. But once we go into these backups, it's a little bit of a rush. So, all right, they're doing the God Bless America, so I got a little bit of time here. But at least we have a good game now. Bottom of the 7th inning, 6-4 National League. And, as an American League fan, we feel like we have a chance now. So. Sing that God Bless America. Yeah, Caminero is out. Yeah, in an all-star game, if you're not familiar on how the format works, is usually if you're a starter in the all-star game, you're only going to get 2 at-bats typically. So by the time it gets to like the 5th inning, all of the guys that started are no longer in the game, and they have a lot of backups in the all-star game. So they try to squeeze everybody in so that way they can make everyone happy. But we'll see. You know, we only have a few innings left, but the game has now gotten competitive. Being down 6-0, we scored 4. Do a quick recap real fast. So we started off the game with back-to-back hits by Otani and Ronald Acuna Jr. And then Ketel Marte, you know, the former Seattle Mariner, now on the Diamondbacks, got a 2-run RBI double, 2-0 National League, and it was on fucking Scooball, which was insane, right? Then Pete Alonso coming in as a designated hitter, pinch hitter in the bottom of the 6th. He homered to right with Tatis and Donovan on board. 5-0 National League, and we're getting a little concerned. Then later in the inning, Corbin Carroll comes up as a backup. He homers to right center, 414 feet. And now the American League is down 6-0, and we're wondering why the Tigers have so many representatives. Then in the top of the 7th, we end up getting Alejandro Kirk and Aranda on board. God bless those two from the Blue Jays and the Rays. Brent Rooker comes in, showing why he is one of the best players in the game. Boom, 3-run jack, 407 feet. Randy Rodriguez with a meltdown. We're down 6-3. Now the American League and the fans, we feel pretty good. And then Bobby Witt Jr. grounded out to second, and Michael Garcia from the Royals scored, and now it's 6-4. So it hasn't definitely been the prettiest, game for sure, but again, at least it's not like a 1-0 game. But again, we've got home runs late, but it kind of makes you wonder if we would have had less Tigers and more Buxton, Rooker, other individuals from other teams, maybe we're ahead right now and not down. But I like our chances to catch up, and who knows, maybe this will be an extra innings all-star game. Maybe we can get it tied up 6-6 and we win 7-6 in 11 or 12. You never know. Yeah, Judge only had 2 at-bats, and then that was it. And again, for us to be able to be competitive, we needed, like Cal or Judge to homer, or Vladdy. We needed someone in that starting lineup to homer, and no one did. So, Skeens pitched better than Scooball. The Tiger players really didn't do anything. And, again, it's nice to see the bench guys come in and, get us back into the matchup. And, again, if we're going to end up winning, it's going to be because of them. All right, Estevez on the mound. And Kyle Stowers in the box. First pitch, fouled off, right down the middle, 0-1 count. Gained another sub, 13 so far, and now we only need 80 to get to 22,000. Let's go, baby. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes and 100 on the Dono train. And we got, how many subs do we have so far? We got a few more. We gained 15 subs today. A couple more now. We need 78. 15 subs gained today already. And Stowers strikes out swinging on a 1-2 pitch. Got him. Nice job by Carlos Estevez. Down goes Stowers, 1 away. Next up is Kyle Schwarber. First pitch, high and away to Schwarber, 1-0 count. Aaron Boone and Dave Roberts, the managers here of the All-Star game. 1-0 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and no strikes from Carlos Estevez to Kyle Schwarber. And you got to be careful. When you pitch to guys like that, all it takes is one pitch right down the middle, like the polar bear got Pete Alonso, and it was gone. 2-0 pitch, low and at the knees. 3 balls and no strikes from Estevez to Schwarber. And now Estevez is looking like he's having a fucking meltdown like Randy Rodriguez did for the National League and the Giants. We have to make sure that they don't score anymore to have a chance to come back. We can't even let them get to 7. We have to keep it at 6. And if we can keep it at 6, score 1 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th, then we might be able to come back. 3-1 pitch, fouled off. Now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes from Estevez to Schwarber. Gaining a few more subs. And that's a walk. Now we only need 76. We've gained 17 subs in this stream alone. Great job, you guys. I appreciate you very much. Smash that like button as well to help us get our, high number. Obviously, as far as the metrics are concerned, it would really help. All right, next up is Fernando Tatis Jr. 0 for 0 with a run and a base on ball. Estevez, first pitch to Fernando Tatis Jr. Fouls it off right down the middle. 0-1 count. Come on, Estevez. Don't blow this for us. Natman in the building. Thank you, Lauren. Yeah, man. I mean, we had some pretty special moments yesterday. Cal Raleigh being the first catcher and switch hitter to win the home run derby. We hit 25,000 plus views last night, which is the most we've ever had on the channel. It's kind of ironic it was the home run derby, but people know that obviously we are Mariner fans here. And Tatis on the 0-2 pitch, strikes out swinging. Nice job by Estevez, 2 away. And we've been breaking records. We broke the 21,000 sub mark, which is great. Next goal is 22,000. And if we keep getting 5 to 15 subs every day, it won't take long to hit 22,000, then 23, then 24, and then 25. And then after you get to 25, you want to get to 50, then 75, and then the long-term goal is 100,000. Even if it takes me 20 years, I'm going to do it. First pitch from Estevez to Brendan Donovan. Fouled it off. 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch. Fouled off again by Brendan Donovan. No balls and 2 strikes from Estevez to Donovan. Come on, Carlos. 6-4 game. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Natman and Lauren in the building. What's good? Missed you guys. Nice base knock there of Lauren by Alejandro Kirk. And again, it made me mad that George Springer, wasn't involved. He should have been in the All-Star game based on how he played last year into this year. And same thing with Seiya Suzuki. There definitely was a few, people that definitely got the super snub. It kind of irritated me a little bit. Like, I might be a Mariner fan, but I'm a fan of greatness. And again, you just have to be able to pay attention. And I guess some people only watch their own team, but it's definitely clear Springer and Suzuki were very, very deserving. 1-2 pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Brendan Donovan. They got a runner at first. We need to get out of this inning unscathed. It has to stay 6-4. Then we need to get 1 run in the 8th, 1 run in the 9th, and then try to win 7, 6, and 10. Unless we can end up having another monster inning and a meltdown by the National League. But in play, and Donovan with a single again. Schwarber to second. And Donovan, maybe Donovan should have started. Nice job. I know Sarah and Cardinal fans are excited about that. Yeah, but if you look at Springer's production on how he played last year and then his batting stance and his mechanics, he really kind of transformed himself this year from last year. A totally different player. Because if he didn't, you guys wouldn't have the record that you have, and you wouldn't have a better record than the Yankees. So again, I mean, it's not just Springer, it's a team effort, but First pitch from Estevez to Matt Olson. Fouled it off. 0-1 count. Bottom of the 7th inning with runners at first and second and 2 outs. Estevez on the mound. Olson in the box. Come on, baby. 0-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss, just like this photo, except this is a homer. No balls and 2 strikes from Estevez to Matt Olson. Cool photo there of Olson. Nice follow-through swing right after the homer. And Olsen on the 0-2 strikes out. There we go. Nice job by Carlos Estevez. And now we have a chance. End of the 7th inning, and we got a good lineup here. Randy Arozarena, Alejandro Kirk, and Jonathan Aranda. And remember, Kirk and Aranda got on board. And then we had the Brent Rooker 3-run blast. So we'll see what we get here. But, of course, they bringing in Miz. Oh, man. They had to wait to bring in the Miz now. God damn it. How are they going to bring in Mizorowski now? Come on. The guy has 5 starts and they invited him, which I know made some people upset and whatnot. But oh, man, this is going to be tough. But it'll make it even that more enjoyable if we end up getting something special on him. And again, it's not like Skubal did well today, so we'll see. Maybe the nerves will be too high for him, and we can get a few hits. Otherwise, he might just strike out the side. Oh, Jacob. All right, baby, we got to pray. We got Mizorowski in the game. They saved him just for this fucking moment, right? And then we got Randy Arozarena. Hopefully he can get something going. Alejandro Kirk. And Jonathan Aranda. Come on, baby. But to go against the Miz at this point, gosh. I mean, we're really going to have to earn it here. He's about to come into the game now for the first time. So, again, when you have so many guys in the lineup, we gained a few more subs. Now we only need 75. We gained 18 subs so far. 21,025. Let's go. O'Connor in the building. What's good? Appreciate that. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes before the stream ends. And we're trying to get to 100 on the dono train as well. And we're at, what, 9? We have 91 to go. Hopefully we'll get someone to help cut into that number for the dono goal. And we can end up getting closer to that number. Gained another sub. Subs galore. I love it. 74 subs to go. 19 on the stream alone. First pitch from Jacob Mizorowski, the Phenom, to Randy Arozarena. Takes a strike looking high and away. 0-1 count. Come on, Randy. You know how incredible it would be if Randy hits a homer off Miz? I mean, this might be the new schemes and whatnot. So 0-1 pitch, high and away. Could have been called strike 2, but for whatever reason it wasn't. That would be one that you would challenge on the ABS. But you know, I don't want Randy to get struck out. I want him to continue this at bat. 1 ball and 1 strike from Mizorowski to Arozarena. And 1-1 pitch, another strike called ball. And that would be another one you could challenge on the ABS. And that would be 3 pitches and that's strike 3. But of course, that's not going to happen. 2-1 pitch, high and inside. First time a pitch that actually was a ball. 3 balls and 1 strike to Randy Arozarena. Yeah, he's special. I mean, obviously, Trey Turner was mad that some of the Phillies pitchers didn't get in, but, you know, he is must-see TV. And, you know, sometimes it is going to be based off, you know, hype and being a phenom. And, again, when Miz is on the mound, it is must-see TV. Especially when you can throw 100 to 103 pretty consistently. Pitch fouled off right down the middle. And in play and all the way back to the wall and caught. Damn it. 1 away. Good effort by Randy Arozarena, but comes up short. Doesn't get to go yard on that. Nice job by the Miz. Next up is Alejandro Kirk on deck. You know. Let's go. Jonathan Aranda. Top of the 8th, 6-4 National League. 1 out. We need Kirk to do something here. Let's go. Got a hit and his first at bat. 1 for 1 with a run. First pitch fouled off, high and inside. 0-1 count. Yeah, not going to happen. Once the starters are out, they're out for the rest of the game. I mean, hell, if you're going to have Shohei and Acuna come in, we need fucking Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh back in to match that. You know, we need that home run power. 0-1 pitch, fouled off. No balls and 2 strikes. With nobody on and 1 out, the phenom, Jacob Mizorowski, on the mound, making the All-Star game after the fewest starts in All-Star game history, 5. And I wish Randy would have went yard there, went all the way back to the wall, just short. Oh, 1 pitch, fouled off. No balls and 2 strikes to Alejandro Kirk. 0-2 pitch, fouled off, high and inside. No balls and 2 strikes from Mizorowski to Alejandro Kirk. Come on, Kirk. We need 1 run. I mean, 2 would be a blessing to tie it up this inning, but you're going against the Miz. You're probably not going to get anything. So if we can somehow, some way, if he, beans a guy, walks a guy, and then we can get lucky with the next guy after that, try to get an RBI or something, but I don't think you're going to see any home runs typically off a guy like this. And Kirk flies out to right, 2 away. And hopefully it's not the last batter, Jonathan Aranda. Come on, Jonathan. But it's a lot funner to be able to not only call, but watch when we're not down fucking 6-0. But not ideal if you're an American League fan going against the Miz. I knew he was going to come in the 8th or the 9th, but first pitch from Mizorowski to Aranda, takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, low and at the knees. Should have been called strike, but called ball. I don't know why they're not giving Miz the calls here. But, most of his pitches are strikes, and he's not really getting the calls here for whatever reason. 1-1 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Mizorowski to Aranda, but he would have already had strike 3 on batter 3 if the ump would have called it correctly, but, Top of the 8th, 6-4 National League. They had a 6-0 lead. Randy Rodriguez from the Giants had a fucking epic meltdown. Brett Rooker ended up having a 3-run blast, and then we ended up getting in sac fly type of situation or a ground out from the runner to score from third, and we're at 6-4 now. Aranda. And there we go. Aranda with a hit, baby. Nice job, Jonathan. My boy. But we have another Tiger player. Oh, golly. How many Tiger players are going to be in this fucking game? Can we get at least 1 Tiger player to do something positive, please, before this game is over? First pitch from Mizorowski to Zach McKinstry. And he's got an opportunity to be the only Tiger to do something today out of like 5 or 6 guys. 0-1 pitch, fouled off. No balls and 2 strikes with a runner at first and 2 outs. And I don't even need Zach to homer. Just get fucking on base. Get a single. Find a way to get a single and keep this rally going. I mean, we can't go 0 for 6 with Tiger players in an all-star game and think we're going to win. But again, going against the Miz is not an easy task. 0-2 pitch, high and away from Jacob Mizorowski, a guy that can pitch 1 to 103 consistently. And he is the fastest individual to make it, based on starts. Only 5. We've never had a guy with only 5 starts make an all-star game, which obviously made a lot of the other, professionals upset when they were deserving. And down goes McKinstry. What's new? We knew that he wasn't going to do shit, especially going against the Miz. All right, Let's go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Hopefully we can keep it to 2, and we'll see what we have here, but it's not going to be easy. What do we got? Eugenio Suarez, love him. Hunter Goodman, batting second, and Corbin Carroll, who already homered. Golly. Nice job by Miz. Wish I could say the same for Tiger players. Just trying to get the photos here of Suarez, Goodman, and Carroll quickly. Shane Smith coming into the matchup. Now, this has been definitely challenging to try to get all of these photos fast enough, but I think I've done a pretty decent job. Especially after the 5th inning, it becomes really crazy. All right, here we go. All right, so we got Shane Smith on the mound from the White Sox, and we're going to go Eugenio Suarez, Hunter Goodman from the Rockies, and Corbin Carroll. We got to hold them to nothing. And again, then we have to pray that we can get 2 in the 9th, but it's going to be tough. But at least, after it was 6-0, we didn't end up losing 6-0 or 10-0. The American League has won 10 out of the last 11. And the National League has been desperate, to be able to win. And, if they can get out of the, one more jam in the 9th, they will end up being victorious. First pitch from Shane Smith to Eugenio Suarez. Come back to Seattle, baby. High and inside, 1-0 count. I know part of his heart is still in Seattle. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and away, paints that corner beautifully. Shane Smith, 1 ball and 1 strike to Gino. Good vibes only, Eugenio Suarez. Gained 3 more subs. Shout out to all the new subs that we've acquired. 1-1 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike from Shane Smith to Eugenio Suarez. 72 more subs to go. We got 21 subs just on this stream alone. Shout out to all the people that have subbed today. Appreciate you. 3-1 pitch, and he gets hit by the pitch. Wow. Shane. We don't need you to come in to fuck it all up like that. Gino gets hit, but hopefully he's okay. Next up is the Rockies' Hunter Goodman. Hunter Goodman 0 for 1. Come on, Shane. We need a double play now, or a punch out in a double play. Yeah, I mean, is the National League more deserving of winning the game today? Abso-fucking-lutely. especially with all the Tiger players, like 6 of them all shitting the bed. And the most surprising was Skubal shitting the bed in the first inning, giving up that 2-run RBI double by Ketel Marte and giving up a hit to Otani and Ronald Acuna Jr. If that doesn't happen, maybe the game goes a little differently, but way too many Tiger players, and I better not see that shit ever again, where you get fucking top loaded. And I get it, they had a great record, but after watching this all-star game, some of those guys look like I don't want to say they're frauds, but they didn't help us whatsoever, the American League. Hopefully Gino is okay there as he's wincing a little bit. Love me some Eugenio Suarez. But again, if we can get another meltdown like Randy Rodriguez from the Giants, we can come back in the 9th. But, who are they going to bring in, though? That's the question. And are we going to get Andres Munoz in the 9th? Ouch, that looked like it hurt. Next up is James Wood. I was going to say, where is James Wood? We haven't been able to see him. Fucking A, man. Wood is coming in for Goodman. James Wood should have fucking started. And if James Wood didn't end up being first in the home run derby, he would have made it to the second round. First pitch fouled off from Shane Smith to Wood. 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch. Low and inside at the hips. 1 ball and 1 strike from Shane Smith to James Wood. But my 3 favorite young and up-and-coming players that aren't on the Mariners are James Wood, Pete Crow Armstrong, and Jacob Wilson. I really love those 3 players and what they're bringing to the future of the game. 1-1 pitch, takes a strike looking high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Shane Smith to James Wood. And Wood with 1 swing can homer, and this one would be over. So hopefully we don't give up a big hit here. 1-2 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Smith to Wood. And man, I feel terrible that Wood just got in the game now. He's way too good, and honestly, Wood should have started, in the game like Jacob Wilson did. But, just like no George Springer, no Seiya Suzuki, they, the fans did not make the right choice. 2-2 pitch, high and away. Count now is full from Shane Smith. 3 balls, 2 strikes with a runner at first and no outs. James Wood in the box. And again, we're down 2. National League has lost 10 out of the last 11, and they are thirsty to be able to get the victory. But again, seeing the Tigers getting swept by the Mariners, that's probably the reason why all 6 of the Tiger players sucked ass today. They're still not over the sweeping. To put up 35 runs, it's one thing to sweep a team, but to put up 35 runs on a team, it definitely had lasting effects. 1 away, down goes James Wood, and back up again, trying to hit another home run, 1 for 1, Corbin Carroll, absolute stud. He's got Pacific Northwest ties. Love me some Corbin Carroll. He would make a great Seattle Mariner. From the Pacific Northwest as well, Seattle area. If the Diamondbacks don't lock him up long term, man, he would be an amazing addition. But again, we already have a pretty good outfield with Randy, Julio, and normally Victor Robles. But we got Dom, filling in for the time being. Bottom of the 8th, runner at first with 1 out, 6-4 National League. Proud of the National League, playing well today. And again, it's just we weren't expecting all the Tiger players to shit the bed. And, if we would have had Rooker, Bobby Witt Jr., Byron Buxton starting instead of some of these Tiger players, maybe we're up 6-4 at this point. But no excuses. The National League has been the better team so far, and we're going to need a meltdown in the 9th inning to come back. Oh, Cal Raleigh is, bringing more eyeballs to the sport. But I think talking about a World Series and Mariners is a little premature. First we have to make the playoffs, and we're probably not even going to win the division unless the Astros have a fucking meltdown. We're probably going to get a wild card. But if we get in, anything is possible, right? Astros, Mariners, Yankees, right? Tigers, Blue Jays. Someone's got to come out of that. And I like the Mariners' chances. We match up really well to everyone. The Yankees might be the toughest, out of those teams that I mentioned that we have the biggest problems with, regardless if they have injuries or not. But I love that rivalry.
it brings out the best in us. But unfortunately, when we play in the Bronx, usually it's not officiated well. It's definitely favored New York heavy, especially in that last game 3. It was like 90-10. And then in the first 2 games, it was like 60-40, 70-30 with the calls. And, I get it. You're going to have certain calls go to the home team, but that series was the worst officiated series of the year, especially when we had strike 3 game over and the ump said ball, next pitch, 2-run RBI double. Then they tie the game up. Next inning in the 10th, they win. That was the first time that we got screwed of winning a game in like a couple years, where it was strike 3 and then they, if we would have had the ABS, it would have gotten reversed. But all right, Munoz is coming in. At least we get to see him. Andres. But hopefully it's the good Munoz, not the bad Munoz. Come on, Mooney. Much better than when we had Logan Gilbert in Mooney. And anytime you have an Astro or a Ranger manager, they said, fuck you. And they didn't even let him come and play. And nice to be able to get Mooney in here at the end. 1-1 pitch, takes a strike looking. Should have been called ball, though. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Munoz to Carroll. Mooney on the mound, Trident's up. Corbin Carroll in the box. Bottom of the 8th with 1 out. We need a double play. Slow dribbler right up the middle or a punch out and a strikeout. Come on, Andres. 1-2 pitch. Low and at the knees. Should have been strike 3. Where's the ABS? Where's the ABS? 2 balls and 2 strikes from Munoz to Carroll. And again, Jacob Mizorowski got really screwed in his. 2 out of the 3 batters that he faced, he already had an early strikeout, on both of them. But no, we need to definitely have the ABS and more of a robot, screen, type of situation rather than a human ump. Because a lot of these humans are fucking terrible. We complain about NFL refs, but MLB umps are even worse. 2-2 pitch, low and at the knees. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes from Munoz to Carroll. I feel like MLB umps are by far the worst referees in sports. It's not even close. You definitely get some referees in the NBA that they're betting and they're cheating and whatnot, and they have questionable calls. And obviously being an NFL ref is tough, with the game going so quickly. But when the game is slowed down like baseball, there's no excuse, and you can tell that there's grudges held by some umps towards players. As Corbin Carroll has walked Wood to second. Uh-oh. Well, you don't even have to have a robot, like you see on the internet where you see them running down in Vegas or, with a cowboy hat on and they're all walking like human. You just need to be able to have a digitized screen, and the backstop, where you see the bricks where it says Truist Park, have a screen right there with the strike zone. And then you can end up showing the ball on the screen. And then there's no bitching or moaning or arguing. It's on the screen. That's what it is. It's a strike, and I think that would make the game better. It'll be weird at first, but I think it'll actually make the game better, and it'll be less bullshit calls because it'll be right there on the screen behind the players. 1-0 pitch. High and away. 2 balls and no strikes to Ellie De La Cruz. 2-0 pitch, and Mooney is off. Fucking A. High and away, 3-0 count, and we might end up, we're already down 2 right now, but it might be over if Ellie gets an RBI. Obviously, if he homers, it's really over. But looks like we're not getting the good Munoz. He sat for too long. A lot of pressure, when you're sitting for 3 hours plus, and then there's the pressure to get everybody out. But this is definitely not the Munoz that we're used to here. When he's on is when he's pitching strikes and gets ahead of the count 0-2 or first pitch strike. When he's walking a guy or giving up some hits or he's really high and away or low and away, we're fucked. And that's when when Munoz is good or when he's not. And this is not the good Mooney. And De La Cruz luckily flies out on a 3-0 count. And if I was Ellie, I wouldn't have swung at that. You would have been able to get a walk, and then it would have been bases loaded with 2 outs. So. And now Stowers is back up again. All right, we need Kyle to strike out or pop up here. Bottom of the 8th, 6-4 National League. American League has won 10 out of the last 11. The National League is definitely most deserving. And, wish the Tigers were in the fucking National League. You can have all those goddamn players over there. But you already knew it was going to be tough when Screwball fucked up at the start, and he's the best player on the team. And then everyone else shit the bed as well. Casey Mize, Javi Baez, Zach McKinstry, Riley Green, Gleyber Torres. Like, what's the point of having 6 All-Stars if all of them do dog shit nothing? I mean, even though the Yankees are our rival, with some of the other teams as well, hell, I would have rather had more Astros and more Yankees than have what we had with the Tigers, and I'm 100% being real. At least those guys can fucking produce. If we would have had like a Cody Bellinger or something of that nature, maybe those guys would have been able to do something, even a fucking Paul Goldschmidt. I hate to even say it, even fucking Jose Altuve, which might be public enemy number 1. If we had Altuve playing, shit, he probably would have been able to help us. Facts. Bottom of the 8th, runners at first and second with 2 outs. One-two pitch to Stowers. Incoming. And 2-2. Stowers. Strikeout looking. There we go. Nice job. And again, Mooney definitely did not look good, but he didn't have the meltdown. And so at least he kept the lead at 2, but it was really looking not good there for a minute. All right, we're going to the top of the 9th. Last chance for the American League. You already know things are going bad when I'm asking for Yankees and Astro players to join the squad with the Mariners, but that's just being honest. All right, let's see here. We got a couple Royals and a Twins here up next. We have a chance. But we'll see who their closer is. That might change our thinking. All right, Michael Garcia, 0 for 0 with a run and a base on ball, batting first. A player that should have started in center field over Javi Baez. Byron Buxton having a fantastic year, 0 for 1. And last but not least, could the hero be Bobby Witt Jr.? Let's go.
Oh my God.
2 Royals and a Twin. Let's make it happen, baby. Michael Garcia, get it done. Byron Buxton, let's get it. Bobby Witt Jr., let's get it, baby. Oh, fuck. Ranger Suarez is coming in? Ah, hell. This is going to be hard. But you never know. And I didn't know if I was going to be able to get all of these photos for every pitcher, every, backup player, but looks like we did it. Again, you have to be so quick. It's like you can't have ADD and be a streamer. You have to really multitask like a motherfucker. It's like I got to do play-by-play. I got to do color. I'm watching 2 different screens with the game. I'm watching 2 different stat pages. I got to be able to pull up the photos quickly. And we've actually had a pretty good game here late. Top of the 9th, 6-4 National League. We got Ranger Suarez on the mound. Maybe not as intimidating as Jacob Mizorowski, but it's close. And again, last chance for the American League. Michael Garcia, Byron Buxton, Bobby Witt Jr., one of my favorite players. Got to say him and Julio Rodriguez as a rookie in 2022 when I ended up getting my Julio Rodriguez foul ball in the 9th inning in Julio's rookie year. And being able to see Bobby Witt Jr. as a rookie, I knew he was going to be one of the best players in the game. And hopefully Bobby will help us here today. Kip in the building, what's good? Yeah, But also, I have been doing this, for 13 years. This is my 9th year on YouTube, but again, it's not an easy thing to do. First pitch, high and inside by Ranger Suarez, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch to Michael Garcia, fouls it off, high and away, 1 ball and 1 strike from Ranger Suarez to Michael Garcia. Yeah, and I think that there's a reason why that you don't see anybody else do a stream the way that I do it, because it's extremely hard. There's no one else on YouTube that, does the whole photo thing. And, again, but I feel like I'm doing it not only for myself, but I'm doing it for you guys as well, to give it that extra flair instead of just staring at the host the whole time. 1-2 pitch, fouled off, high and away, 1 ball and 2 strikes from Ranger Suarez to Michael Garcia. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. And we've gained a lot of subs today, 23. Now we only need 70 to get to 22,000, and we just broke 21,000 yesterday. 23 subs already today. Top of the 9th. 6-4 National League lead. 1-2 pitch. And Garcia grounds out to third. 1 away. All right, we're down to our last 2. Next up is Byron Buxton, who should have started over Javi Baez. I mean, Javi Baez isn't even a fucking center fielder. He's like a second baseman shortstop. Like, why did Aaron Boone do that? But I guess it was like, the fan votes, and, I guess every motherfucker from Detroit voted for every, Tiger player. Didn't really work out, though. All right, come on, Bucks. It'd be amazing if we can get Buxton to homer and then Bobby Witt Jr. to homer, and then we go into extras and, find a way. But that would be asking a hell of a lot. Or even Buxton getting a single or double and Bobby Witt Jr. hitting a 2-run blast. That's what we're going to need, though. First pitch, low and away. Should have been called strike, but called ball. 1 ball and no strikes from Ranger Suarez to Byron Buxton. Suarez on the mound. Buxton in the box. There we go, baby. You said I'm dreaming. There's the double. ESP, baby. You can say all that you want, but there it is. Buxton with the double, baby. Next up, Bobby Witt Jr. Let's go. And realistically, when you're watching a game like this with a solid pitcher at the end, yeah, you would feel like 95%, sure, the game is over. But again, when you got guys like these two, Buxton and Bobby Witt Jr., it's not over till it's over, baby. Let's go. Let's see if Bobby can do it. First pitch, takes a strike, swinging, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, fouled off, no balls and 2 strikes from Suarez to Bobby Witt Jr. But I actually said 2 things. I said homer, or a single double and a home run by Bobby. So any way that you talk about it, it's all about just letting the game extend. Great job by Byron Buxton. And here we go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. 0-2 pitch. And Bobby Witt Jr. with a double. Let's go. Never doubt me. Let's go. 6-5 National League. But now we have to see who's up after and if we actually have a chance here. Let's go, baby. Comeback is real. Who's up? Oh, God, it's Jazz Chisholm. Oh, God. Oh, God. Anybody but Jazz. But maybe Jazz will do some magic here. I mean, at least he's not in the home run derby right now. Come on, Jazz. Make me a believer. I'll absolutely laugh if he ends up hitting a 2-run blast to give us a 7-6 lead. That will be like the most Jazz thing ever. We only got 1 out, though. And again, Jazz could end up getting plunked or walked or just getting a single. It's not 100%, oh, it's an out. We've seen how Jazz played the Mariners. He is a crafty hitter, and he does have a lot of power for only being 6 foot. He just shouldn't have been in the All-Star festivities for the home run derby. What a fucking hit by Bobby Witt Jr. pulling that ball towards right field. Beautiful. Makes you really wonder if you had Rooker, Buxton, and Bobby Witt Jr. starting instead of those Tiger players. What's the score right now? We're probably not down. Appreciate you. $10 holla. Appreciate the sub as well. Stacks, Racks, Cactus Jack, bang, bang. You got a favorite player? Let me know, and I'll throw up an HD 4K photo for you. Otani with his first dono to the channel. Appreciate you, my guy. Yeah, well, I don't know if 6-0 is a flesh wound. It's a little bit more than that. You're bleeding out for sure, but we'll see how this plays out. But at least the American League is fighting. You know, they're not rolling over right now. And Ranger Suarez is out, and Edwin Diaz, the former Mariners, coming in. Oh, my. All right, got to get the Edwin Diaz photo. I'm almost done, Paisley. My pup is missing dad. All right, Edwin Diaz coming in. Jazz Chisholm Jr., can you be a hero right here? First pitch from Diaz to Jazz. Fouls off high and away. 0-1 count. Appreciate you, O'Connor. 0-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss. High and away. No balls and 2 strikes from Edwin Diaz to Jazz Chisholm Jr. Come on, Jazz. Don't be like the Tiger players. Do something. Come on, Jazz. I mean, I don't need a home run. I mean, that would be best case scenario, but just get a single. Find a way to get on base. No double plays. Come on, Jazz. Top of the ninth, 6-5 National League, and it was 6-0 National League. American League has won 10 out of the last 11, and I was kind of hoping for a 6-5, 5-4 kind of game, and I didn't really think we were going to get it. I thought it would be more of like a 3-2 kind of game, but here we are. And Chisholm grounds out to first, but Bobby Witt Jr. safe at third. Here we go. Here we go. Who's the last batter to get a single, RBI single, and we can tie it up and possibly win 7, 6, and 10. Steven fucking Kwan. Let's go. Hit the fucking Kwan. First pitch, high and away. 1-0 count. Come on, Steven. Come on, Steven. Diaz on the mound. Steven Kwan in the box. Come on, baby. Top of the ninth with the runner at third, Bobby Witt Jr. We don't need a home run. That would be great if we get it, but we just need you to pull the baseball in between the gap. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking, high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Edwin Diaz to Steven Kwan. What a play by Olsen there. Incredible. If Olsen doesn't make that play, it's definitely tied up. 1-2 pitch, fouled off. 1 ball and 2 strikes with a runner at third and 2 outs. National League hanging on by a 1-run lead, but the American League is threatening. Can Steven Kwan be the hero? Edwin Diaz trying to get this last strike. 1-2 pitch, fouled off again. Kwan is battling. 1 ball and 2 strikes with a runner at third with 2 outs. Too bad we couldn't have something where Bobby Witt Jr. ended up, trying to steal home, but that would be too risky at this point right here. Top of the ninth, 6-5 National League. 1 ball and 2 strikes with a runner at third, Bobby Witt Jr. and 2 outs. We just need an RBI single by Kwan, and we'll be able to go to extras more than likely as long as the National League doesn't score in the bottom of the ninth. But if Edwin gets Kwan, game over. American League has won 10 out of the last 11. The National League is thirsty. Diaz on the mound, Kwan in the box. One-two pitch. Low and at the hips. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Diaz to Kwan. Hit the fucking Kwan. Let's go, baby. Come on, Steven. 2 balls, 2 strikes, runner at third, Bobby Witt Jr., 2 outs. It was National League 6-0, and the American League made a big rally. Quad, baby! Let's go! Let's go! Single to third, Bobby scores. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go! There we go. Talent ball. Let's go, baby. It ain't over till I say it's over. Next up, Randy Arozarena. Randy, can you do the unthinkable right here? 6-6, baby, with a runner at first. Let's go. Come on, Randy. First pitch. Takes a strike looking. 0-1 count. And Quan steals second. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, 1 pitch, takes a strike looking right down the middle. Swing, Randy. No balls and 2 strikes with a runner at second, Stephen Kwan. Come on, Randy. Randy's been one of the hottest players since June 11th. Not just on the Mariners, but overall. What a fucking base hit by Kwan. Give that motherfucker a raise. Incredible. 0-2 pitch. Should be strike 3 right there for Diaz, but he doesn't get the call. 1 ball and 2 strikes with a runner at second and 2 outs, and we still have a chance to come back and win 7-6 if we can hold them to obviously staying at 6 here in the bottom of the 9th. What a fucking epic comeback. National League with an epic meltdown. They were up 6-0, and we tied it at 6-6, and down goes Randy. Strikes out looking, but at least they tied the game up. Unfortunate that Randy couldn't be the hero there, but again, it looks like if we can find a way to pitch well, we might be able to win 7-6 in 10, 11, or 12. Thank you, Edwin Diaz. Shout out to Stephen Kwan, man. A lot of people would have choked in that scenario, and he came up big. Let's see who's up next for the National League. Unbelievable. Let's go. Schwarber, Tatis Jr., and Brendan Donovan. That's going to be tough. All right, I'm trying to get all the photos prepped here just in the nick of time, and I've been able to do it. Man, you got to work so quickly. Commercial breaks don't last that long. All right, we actually have a chance with our guy here in the American League. Seems like this Aroldis Chapman has been pitching 100 since he came out of the womb, and it doesn't matter if he, was a rookie or at the end of his career, the guy throws straight heat. So we'll see if Aroldis Chapman can save us here in the bottom of the 9th. Leading off, Kyle Schwarber. Batting second, Fernando Tatis Jr. Batting third with 2 hits, Brandon Donovan. Let's go, Aroldis Chapman. I would assume that that's what would happen. That they would have the ghost runner in extras at second, I would assume. I don't think the rules would change anything from what the regular season into the All-Star game. But this has definitely turned into, at the beginning, this is one of the worst All-Star games ever. All the Tiger players shitting the bed, and then now the epic comeback here by the American League. All right, Aroldis Chapman, first pitch to Kyle Schwarber. Big swing and a miss. Low and away, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch. High, no, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Chapman to Schwarber. What a game. I mean, I'm not going to be able to be right about everything. No one is 100%, but again, I feel like I have usually 2-3 ESP moments, per stream, and sometimes as many as 5. It kind of just depends on the flow of the game and if you're familiar with the players and whatnot, but it's not over yet. 1-2 pitch, in play, and lined out to third, 1 away. Nice job by Aroldis Chapman. Next up, Fernando Tatis Jr. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed the like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes before the stream ends. And we're trying to get 100 on the Dono train. With 233 in the room, we should be able to hit 100. First pitch. Takes a strike looking high and inside. Chapman on the mound. Tatis Jr. in the box. 0-1 pitch. Takes another strike looking low and at the knees. Should have been called ball. Terrible call, but called strike. No balls and 2 strikes from Chapman to Tatis Jr. Oh-2 pitch. Got him, baby. You don't want none of Aroldis Chapman. Might be the only player on planet Earth that's been pitching 100 straight out of the womb, baby. 2 away. Next up, 2 for 2. Having himself a great game with a run. Brendan Donovan, up-and-coming stud for the Cardinals. All right, Chapman, time to put Donovan in his place. He is a young and up-and-coming player. Well, let's see if we can get that high heat and we can get to extras. And if the American League can get out of this, they're going to have the momentum in their favor, especially when it was 6-0 National League. They haven't scored since. So, I mean, the last time the National League scored was in the 6th inning. It's been all American League, 4 in the 7th and 2 in the 9th. First pitch to Brendan Donovan, low and at the knees, should have been called strike, and it was called ball, and I imagine they challenged that and then got that changed to a strike. And we've seen the ABS being used a couple times today. Well, looks like they gave it to him. I was like, don't do us like we saw in that Yankee series in the Bronx, calling strikes balls and balls strikes. Call it right down the middle. 0-1 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. No balls and 2 strikes to Brendan Donovan. But this started out like it was going to be one of the worst All-Star games, and now it's actually turned into one of the best, with a 6-0 comeback by the American League. Aroldis Chapman on the mound, Brendan Donovan in the box. 0-2 count. 0-2 pitch, fouled off, high and inside. No balls and 2 strikes to Brendan Donovan. Come on, Chapman. Bottom of the 9th, 6-6 tie. National League was up 6-0. American League says, hey, not so fast. And now the game is tied up 6-6 with a chance for the American League win in extras. No balls and 2 strikes from Chapman to Donovan. Come on, Aroldis. 0-2 pitch, high and inside. Tries to paint the corner and misses. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Chapman to Brendan Donovan. Come on, Chapman. I mean, at some point, we're going to start running out of players. 1-2 pitch, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody on and 2 outs. Like, how many players are left in the game that haven't played yet? Anybody recognize any of your favorite players that haven't been in the game yet? There's got to be a few players that haven't played yet. And since we're going to maybe go to extras, some of those guys may get in. One-two pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes with nobody on and 2 outs. We're tied up at 6 here in the bottom of the 9th. National League was up 6-0. American League came back with guns a-blazing, and now we're tied up at 6 with a chance for the American League to do the unthinkable and come back and win. American League has won 10 out of the last 11 MLB All-Star games. But again, just because you start hot, you have to finish. And it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And again, American League, if they didn't have so many fucking Detroit Tiger players, maybe we would be up by now. And Chapman in play, fouled out to the catcher, and that is out number 3. Comeback is real. Let's go. Nice job by Chapman. And now we have some kind of delay. All right, we're having some kind of, all right, home runs for the win, all-star game tiebreaker. 3 players from each team, 3 swings from each player. Teams alternate, and then teams with the most home runs wins the all-star game. I don't know if I like that. I would rather, play it like a real game. Have a ghost runner at second and try to win the game that way. So very interesting to see how they're going to end up doing this fucking swing off. And whoever ends up managing the swing off the best, we'll figure it out. But obviously, the American League, you would want Aaron Judge, right? Cal Raleigh, and then one other player, right? Maybe Brent Rooker, and then obviously in the National League, getting Corbin Carroll, and Pete Alonso, you would probably want those guys as well. Maybe Shohei Otani. So we'll see how this goes. All right, they're getting ready to do like a swing off here. So let me go attend to my pup here real quick. Give me a sec. Paisley. All right, sorry, I had to attend to my pup. Did we get to 100? There we go. I mean, with almost 300 people in the room, I mean, we should. And we gained a shitload of subs on top of that as well. So where we at on subs now, too, we've been gaining a lot. Now we've gotten a few more. Now we only need 67 to get to 22,000. We just hit 21,000 yesterday. And we've gained, just today alone on this All-Star game, we've gained 26. So we've been gaining about 5 to 15 a day. But obviously with numbers like this, we hit 25,000 views yesterday on the Derby. So again, I appreciate every single one of you guys. And again, I was, kind of wondering, am I going to be able to get photos for every single player fast enough? I was a little worried, but I was able to do it for all the backup pitchers, for all the backup hitters. And, to start the game off, when Skubal got roughed up and gave up the hit to Shohei, the hit to Acuna, and then Ketel Marte had the 2-run RBI double, and we were down 2-0 American League. I said, oh, fuck, this ain't good. And every single Tiger player, Skubal, Casey Mize, Javi Baez, McKinstry, Riley Green, Gleyber Torres, all of them sucked ass. And, if we would have had, Byron Buxton or Brent Rooker, Bobby Witt Jr. start instead, maybe the game is already over. But, hopefully we don't see, 6-7 fucking Tigers in the All-Star game again. And if we do, hopefully at least half of them produce. Definitely the most disappointing, I think, as far as a group of players, when you have the best record in baseball, you would assume at least Skubal would have done well, and even he got roughed up. So that was kind of setting the tone. But again, the Mariners did sweep the Tigers going into the All-Star break, and we beat them bad. We scored 35 runs in 3 games, and that might have had something to do with the bad performance by the Tiger players here today. All right, we're doing a swing off, baby. I would have rather had it, be, ghost runner at second, traditional, regular rules. But again, this is the route that we're going. All right, Brent Rooker up first. And yesterday was a dream come true, baby. I got the big dumper jersey on right now, and what a great day. We got Rooker, Stowers, Arozarena, Schwarber, Aranda, and Alonso. Popped up, fouled back. That was swing one, nothing. Come on, Rooker.
Oh my God.
Takes a pitch. Rooker with swing number 2. Back. See ya! Nice job by Rooker. Here we go. American League now 1-0, and this will be the last swing. Wish they would have just done regular rules. I'm not really a fan of this fucking swing off shit. And Rooker clobbers the fuck out of that baseball. Bang! 2 homers out of 3 swings for Brent Rooker. Let's go. Way to bring that electricity in these fucked up weird rules that were in extras right now. All right, now we got Kyle Stowers up here for the National League. I don't think that would have been my first choice. Nice job by Rooker. That was a correct choice. And I would assume Kyle will get none. But we'll see if he ends up getting something. Home runs for the win. And Rooker got 2 out of his 3 swings. And now we have Kyle Stowers here from the Miami Marlins. Then we have Randy Arozarena up after that. Then Kyle Schwarber. And then Aranda and Alonso. And you would assume that Pete Alonso will probably hit 2 like Brent Rooker. And both of those guys homered in the game today. But what about the guys in the middle? Stowers, Arozarena, Schwarber, and Aranda. That might be the difference. If one of those 4 guys can match Alonso and Rooker, then we'll see what happens here. And they're still throwing pitches here to Stowers on swing number 1. Stowers And short, still in play. Just popped up a million there. 2 more to Stowers. And I got Ebel pitching. Almost essentially turning into like a mini home run derby again. Swing number 2, crushes the fuck out of that. Back. See ya. Nice job by Stowers, crushing at least one. American League 2, National League 1. And now we have one more swing from Stowers. Oh, man, could you imagine if Randy swings 3 times and gets 3 homers? And popped up, and that Stowers at least got 1. I didn't think he was going to get any. So good for him to get at least 1 for the National League. All right, now we got Randy Arozarena. We need 3 fucking swings, and we need 3 bombs. But, I mean, even 1 or 2 would be great. But let's see what Randy can do here. Come on, Randy. He said, "This is my moment, motherfucker." All right, here we go. Randy, we need some of this, baby. Come on, Randy. Trident's up. Let's go. 2-1 right now, American League. You know, each player gets 3 swings. And so obviously, if you're one of the power hitters, you want to try to hit 1 or 2 homers. 2 specifically. I don't know if you're going to get anyone that's going to hit 3 out of these 6 players. And Randy taking his sweet time here, still on swing number 1. First swing, crushes a line drive. That was swing number 1. 2 more swings here for Randy Arozarena. Rooker had 2 home runs. Kyle Stowers with 1. 2-1 American League here in extras with this swing off. And Randy, back. See ya! Oh, American League might end up winning this. Yeah, and having no Judge or no Cal, and if we still end up winning, that'd be huge. And now we're at swing number 3 with the 3-1 lead. Come on, Randy, 1 more. If Randy homers here, we might win. The pressure would be on. And Randy gets under this one, and it should stay in play, and does. All right, now we got a 3-1 lead, and now Kyle Schwarber is up. Now Schwarber's got to hit 2 out of 3 to tie it up 3-3, and then it'll come down to Aranda and Alonso, and you would assume Alonso will probably hit 2 out of 3 like Brett Rooker did, if he gets the pitch right down the middle. He's got that power, so. But at least Randy got 1. And then you got to think right now, you know, they might have the advantage with Schwarber and Alonso, you know, 2 guys that can mash homers. But again, they're down 2. So again, if the National League is going to come back, Schwarber or Alonso has to hit 2 home runs out of 3. You know, and if Schwarber hits 2 and Alonso wins 2, they're going to win. So we just have to hope that doesn't happen, but we'll see here. First pitch there. No swing for Schwarber. Second pitch, no swing by Schwarber as well. Schwarber, back. See ya. There's home run number 1. And now we have American League 3, National League 2. They're doing a swing off. You get 3 swings. And, you know, obviously you're going to see whoever's going to get the most homers out of 3 on the American League and 3 in the National League. Schwarber. That one's gone. And just like that, they tied up 3-3. And I told y'all, you know, Schwarber and Alonso, they have a very good chance of hitting 2. And if Schwarber hits 3 out of 3, it's going to be pretty tough. Now it's tied up 3-3. Rooker has 2 home runs, Stowers 1, Arozarena 1. Schwarber already has 2, matching Rooker. And now we're at swing number 3. And if you're an American League fan, you don't want to see Schwarber hit another. And Schwarber did. 3 for 3. Holy fuck. And just like that, they take the lead 4-3. Wow. Holy cow. Schwarber going 3 for 3. 3 home runs. National League now ahead 4-3, and I think they're going to win because now you only have Jonathan Aranda, right? And then you got Pete Alonso left. So National League is going to win. No question. There's no way Aranda's going to hit 2 or 3 homers. He's going to hit maybe 1. And then Pete Alonso has a chance to hit 2 or 3. And with them already up 1, I don't like our chances at all now. I think the National League won. Should have went with Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge. But, too late for that. But if you want to blame somebody, blame Aaron Boone, the Yankees manager. He's the one that chose these 3 guys. Should have went Rooker, Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge. That's what you should have done. Duh. But nice job by Schwarber. Got to give him credit, He's like Eugenio Suarez. All right, Jonathan Aranda. I mean, the only chance that we have is if he probably hits 3. He's going to have, and then we go up 6-4, and then Alonso has to hit 2. But I mean, if you're not getting a minimum of 2, you really need 3. And what are the chances of this Jonathan Aranda guy hitting 3? Probably 0%. Realistically, he'll hit 1, and if he's lucky, 2. But knowing our luck in the American League, he'll probably hit 0. He's still on swing number 1, and you got Pete Alonso left. I don't like that. But we'll see where it goes. The only chance that we have to win the American League is Aranda hits 3 homers. Then we go up 6-4. Then Alonso can hit, 2. And then you have to pray that he only hits 1. First swing. Aranda. Nothing. And even if he hits 2 home runs in his last 2 swings and goes up 5-4, what are the chances that Alonso only hits 1 home run? Not likely. Especially since he homered today. Swing number 2. Here we go. Long back. Did they give it to him there? It hit the bricks. I don't think they gave it to him. Wow. So unlucky. But why would you have Aranda as your 3rd member? Stupid. Aaron Boone. Swing number 3 now. And if he doesn't get a homer here, we lose. Stupid choice. National League up 4-3. And Alonso is going to homer if they even get to that point. And there it is. Aranda chokes and goes 0 for 3. I think. Yep. And the National League wins. Wow. Good game, National League. I mean, they were up 6-0, and then we came back and scored 6 unanswered. 4 in the 7th and 2 in the 9th. I just really wish that we would have played a normal game. Why couldn't we have had a ghost runner at second and try to play that way? Instead of trying to make it a home run derby at the end, and then Aaron Boone selecting the most, dumb choices possible. I mean, if you really were serious about winning, Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh, Brent Rooker, hello. Especially if they're going to go Schwarber and Pete Alonso, idiot. But hey, nice job, GG. Again, the American League has won 10 out of the last 11. And even though we lost in this weird, home run derby, extra innings swing off, they earned it, man, I thought we had a very good chance, and I didn't know that we were going to do this dumbass swing off. But, the National League manager made the right choice picking their players, and Aaron Boone, unfortunately, did not. Like, how are you going to do a swing off without Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge, for Christ's sake? Those are the 2 of the best players in the game, and Shohei wasn't even selected either. So, but GG to the National League. This was definitely a fun stream. Would have been better if we would have had a regular finish with ghost runners at second. But again, Cal Raleigh winning the home run derby definitely made my home run derby memories great with his dad and his younger brother. But man, hopefully if they address this in the future, that we don't do the swing off again. They should, again, they had the shitty uniforms, and then the last minute they decided, well, these are, look like a second grader made them. Let's go back to the regular uniforms. And hopefully next year, if we end up having a tie, they go back to regular rules, ghost runner at second, play a regular game, fuck the swing off, and even if the American League would have won with the swing off, I would still say screw the swing off. Let's do it regular. But it is what it is. So, well, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. And we gained a few more subs here, which is great. Now we only need 64 subs to hit 22,000, and we gained how many? Almost 30 subs today on this stream alone. So I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And again, too many Tiger players. We should have had Buxton start over Baez. Should have had Rooker start. Should have had Bobby Witt Jr. start, and maybe it would have been a different outcome. But, no excuses. I'm not the manager, and obviously, the National League earned it. They won finally after losing 10 out of the last 11. So, good for them. And we gained another sub. We gained 30 today, and that's a good outing. 30 subs in one fucking stream. Awesome. Well, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Let's take a look at the schedule. We had 25,000 views yesterday on the Home Run Derby. So obviously we have no games on Wednesday and Thursday. So I'm not really sure if there's anything that I'm going to do content-wise. Maybe just, rest my voice up for a couple days, spend time with the pup. And then we're going to be back live on Friday at home at T-Mobile. And we're going to be going against the Houston Astros, our number one rival, at 7:10 Pacific. And let's look to see who's slated, if it shows. Doesn't have who's slated to start, but looking forward to that. So hope you guys enjoyed the stream. It was a lot of effort and work to get all those photos up. But I definitely had a blast calling the game. And congratulations to the National League winning in the swing-off, even though the game was tied 6-6. National League was up 6-0. American League scored 6 unanswered. Swing-off won by the National League and Kyle Schwarber. I see you. Love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Final National League winning with the swing off. And again, I will be live at 7 o'clock Pacific on Friday for the Astros and the Mariners. Everyone enjoy your next 2 days on Wednesday and Thursday. And again, I'm looking forward to Friday with the Mariners and the Astros. Home Run Derby, Cal Raleigh was a success. Had a lot of fun with that. And us Mariner fans will be hanging on to this memory for life. Appreciate you guys very, very much. And I look forward to seeing a lot of y'all on Friday for the Astros and the Mariners. Love you guys and appreciate you guys very much. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Trident's up and I'm out. Go M's.